All right, guys, welcome to the Instagram marketing course. My name is Jacob, and I'll be your teacher in this entire course. Now, if you've never heard of Instagram marketing before, or if you've already done some marketing on Instagram, then this course is for you. Why? Because simply we are going to go through the entire process on how to actually market your business on Instagram properly. Okay, we are going to go through basic techniques as well as advanced techniques, and then at the end of the course, you are also going to go through a quiz I prepared specifically for you so that you can see whether everything that you watched you actually remembered and got something out of it. So, with that said, let's get right into it. We will start with the Instagram basics as a first lesson, and I cannot wait to get started. So let's get this. All right, guys, so here we are. We are in the first lesson of this entire marketing course. And as the name suggests, this is all going to be about introduction to the entire Instagram marketing. So with that said, let's get right into it. So first of all, here's what we're going to cover today. So first of all, we're going to cover overview of Instagram as a marketing platform. Then we're going to cover why Instagram is essential for businesses and brands. Then we are going to cover the understanding of Instagram's algorithm and its impact it has on visibility. And then we are going to cover how to set goals properly for your Instagram marketing strategy. Now, warning. This is the most important video in the entire course. So please watch the entire video. Don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip, if you want to save your time, watch the video in double speed. So, overview of Instagram as a marketing platform. So first of all, what makes it unique? First of all, it's unique because it's visual first. It's all about images and videos, unlike other platforms that are about text. Second of all, it's got over 2 billion active users on its platform. So it's got massive audience. It also has got enormous engagement. Now, if you see Instagram, like people are literally, and I mean literally, glued to their Instagram profiles and to their phones, scrolling through everything they see in there. And that's why Instagram is such a big opportunity if you can take advantage of it in the right way, which, by the way, we are going to cover in this course. Next up, it has got features for every need. From stories to reels, posts, and live stream, Instagram has multiple ways to engage audiences. Also, very important thing, since everybody's on their phones nowadays, it's mobile centric, right? Now, here are the key features for marketing specifically, right? So first of all, feed posts, right? So feed posts are great for high quality image and videos with captions that tell a story. So basically all the posts that you see, right? Second, obviously stories. They tell you and they tell your audience how you actually live your life, what's going on. These are great for updates of your lifestyle, right? Basically behind the scenes content. Next one, obviously reels, right? These are short, engaging videos that help reach wider audiences and boost discoverability. Next one, hashtags. They expand your content's reach by targeting niche or trending topics. Now, the next thing we have are obviously Instagram ads, which are like the biggest part of Instagram marketing. And these essentially let people know that you actually exist, right? Now, who uses Instagram? So, first of all, Instagram is popular amongst people aged between 80 to 34, but older demographics are also growing. So, essentially, for everyone. Next one, businesses. From small startups to global corporations, brands use Instagram to grow their reach. which, this is what this entire course is for. Content creators, influencers, and individuals. Consumers. People use Instagram to discover products, services, and trends, making it a powerful platform for businesses. Now, the day of people just consuming content on Instagram is over. People, obviously, people are consuming content on Instagram, but people are also looking to buy stuff on the Instagram, right? So this is like why Instagram is such a powerful platform, right? Like if you really think about, let's say, info product industry, right? Like if you have some kind of influencer who sells information, majority of people are just going to go on their Instagram profiles because they're already used to seeing being pitched through Instagram, and they'll just click link in their bio to see what kind of courses they offer, for example. So like people are already used to buying on Instagram. And the last one, communities, right? Special interest groups and communities use Instagram for connection and collaboration. Now, why Instagram is growing? So, first of all, it's because they use videos. And videos are just the easiest way to consume content because you don't have to think about it too much, right? If you think about Twitter, it's great as well, but it's for different demographics, right? It's for different people. It's for people who want a little bit more depth of the topic. Whereas Instagram is just quick gratification, quick pleasure, I would say. It's just very easy to consume. This is why video is so popular, and this is why it focuses on video. Evolving features. Instagram constantly updates you with new features, giving you and your business room for growth. Global reach. That's pretty self-explanatory. And also seamless integration. It works well with Facebook, which makes ad campaigns very easy to launch, scale, and make profits out of them. It also, that, that's something that's called influencer economy, right? Because Instagram supports collaborations with influencers, a big trend in digital marketing, right? They essentially, they want to keep influencers on their platform. And this is why they support it. And like, if you become, I'm not telling you to become influencer, but like, if you start having some kind of reach, then you will be unstoppable. Instagram will notice you and they will support you with better features, better service, and stuff like that. Now, common misconceptions about Instagram. Now, as many other platforms, Instagram has got also the most common misconception. So let's just go over them. It's only for big brands, which is completely false because I see small businesses just thriving and make very good money. I'm not gonna say names, but I know a woman who has got like 5,000 followers and her business makes over 1 million in a year. And if you don't believe me, it's completely fine. Check one of Alex Ramosi's podcasts. He talks about it. Because if you can narrow down your audience and really target your offer perfectly, then you are good to go, which is, by the way, what she's done. It's all about pretty pictures. Days of this are over because in the 2025, authentic and relatable content is more valuable than anything, especially when AI is coming into play. People are people are just faking stuff, they're hiding behind pictures, and this is why authenticity wins big time. Next one, it's not for B2B because it looks childish and like there's just, cute videos of cats and like pictures of dogs. That's completely not true. One of the biggest businesses, including Alex Hormozy, use Instagram for reach for their business, and that's pretty much that, right? Followers matter most. Now, if you heard me just 20 seconds ago, It doesn't matter. What matters the most is the right followers. So if you have 1,000 right followers, you will make way more money than people who have got 10,000 followers, but they're just, quick followers they got because of one viral video and they don't care about them. Very simple. You need a huge budget. Another misconception, just make great content. And by the way, I'm gonna teach that as well, so don't worry about that. Now, why Instagram is essential for businesses and brands. So, first of all, it lets you connect with your audience, right? It humanizes your brand. It shows that you're an actual human being. It also gives you space for a real-time engagement, right? You can interact through comments, through shares, through stories, through, live streams, for example. This is an opportunity that's never been here before, right? If you see, right? If you see Cristiano Ronaldo, for example, way before his entire like life and like private life was just one big secret. But right now you can see where he lives, what does his, family dinner look like, how he trains with his son, stuff like this. And this makes him as a brand way more approachable and way more human-like for other businesses to connect with him, if it makes sense. Because he actually lets you see that he's same as you. The only difference between you and him is that he's got, more money and he's the best football player in the world or one of the best, right? So, but other than that, he's just another human being and this builds trust, right? Next one, it lets you have customer feedback easily. People don't like your product, they will let you know. Don't forget about that. And if people love your product, they will let you know as well. Very simple, very easy. It also fosters loyalty, right? Next one, it drives sales and conversions, right? Because, like I've said, it's great for businesses. And if you can have showable posts, then you can tag products directly in your posts and stories for easy purchases. It's never been easier than in 2025. Call to actions. You can use links, stickers, and captions, which captions are just descriptions of your post, by the way, to drive traffic to your website, right? It's a source of traffic, right? If you have a website, before you could just rely on, just search engine, which is very hard. But like if you have a great Instagram profile, you can then drive traffic to your website through your Instagram. Promotions, flash sales, discounts, and giveaways perform well on Instagram. Analytics, you can obviously measure data, how your posts perform, what it's like, what you should do differently, what you should double down on, and stuff like this. And by the way, we are going to go over analytics and over how to use data in order to make your Instagram business grow in the following lessons. So don't worry about that. Everything is going to be covered. Also, it lets you partner with influencers, which again gives you more, promotion, more exposure to other people. It's just beneficial. Next up, obviously, it boosts brand awareness, right? You can basically through hashtags, you can reach non-followers and niche audiences you would normally never reach. It also, if you can have a consistent visual identity, you can then be more easily recognizable, which also was not possible before, right? Reels and explore Reels and explore page. That's a big one, right? Because through Reels, you can just get discovered by other people easier than ever. Collaborations, like I've said, with influencers, you can team up with other brands, which gives you more exposure, more eyes on your brand. And that's never a bad idea. And also, geotags, which lets you attract local audiences by tagging locations in your posts. Next up, it's obviously an affordable marketing tool if you think of it this way, right? And if you realize the power it has. So, first of all, if you can make a great content, which is not as hard as some of you might think, by the way, you just need to know great strategies, then it's a great tool for free organic reach. You can also scale with ads, right? You can start with small budgets such as $5 or $10 per day and scale as you see the results. It also lets you create cost effective content, right? Because user generated content and behind the scenes posts cost little to produce. You don't need to be a filmmaker in order to make great content. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. You obviously need to have skills, and I'm going to give you basic understanding of what to do and what not to do on the Instagram. But you don't need, flashy cameras and like crazy lighting and like being a film producer when when you compare it to YouTube, because like when you're on YouTube, it's impossible to have a great YouTube channel without, not having great videos, right? So it's just that's one of the things. If you have, iPhone 10 or iPhone 12, which you can get for $300 nowadays or $400 if it's used, then you can easily create great looking content. So that's pretty much that. You also can control the pace because whether you are posting daily or running ads or doing both, you control the pace of the growth of your business, right? And there are no tech barriers. You don't need advanced skills or equipment to start on Instagram. That's a great thing. And this is also why majority of people use this. Next up, it keeps you competitive, right? Because if you're competing with others, you can see the industry trends and it forces you to adapt as quickly as possible. It also gives you very valuable customer insights, right? You can easily learn if you observe, like clearly enough, what your audience loves based on their reactions to your posts. You can also, sense the market validation. You can use Instagram's engagement as a testing ground for new ideas. You can also analyze competitor ads for inspiration, right? Like if you can, let's just imagine this, right? You got your competitor, right? They're crushing it. Let's say they're info product creator, right? Or their roofing business, like I don't care, right? And you see they're doing something that works. You can see that they're using 30-second video instead of 40-second video for their ads. You can see that they're using, let's say, heavily benefit driven descriptions, and that they're speaking very clearly and very simply in their reels or their videos or in their ads, right? So when you see that, then you can be like, okay, let me just reverse engineer it and let me just apply the same principles to my business. And when you can see, something works for somebody else, why to waste your valuable, oh, sorry, why to waste your valuable time and not just, get inspired by what's already working and put your own spin on it. Very simple, very effective. And let me tell you this. Every single successful person on Instagram does this. Nobody is original. I'm not like telling you to copy others. I'm just telling you to get inspired because that's how it's being done, right? And also, with a constant presence, it keeps you active, which means you remain top of your mind, which means that you remain at the top of your mind for your audience. Now, let's just quickly go over how the Instagram algorithm works. So, the algorithm heavily relies on engagement signals, which include likes, comments, shares, and saves. Engagement is evaluated based on both quantity and speed. Posts that receive quick interactions shortly after being published are considered more relevant. Saves and shares carry more weight than likes because they indicate deeper interest and value. Responding to comments can further boost your visibility by showing Instagram that your content fosters meaningful interactions. Now, content relevance and interest. Instagram's algorithm analyzes user behavior to predict the type of content they find most interesting. It examines factors like hashtags, captions, and even the objects or themes in your photos or videos using image recognition technology. By consistently posting content that aligns with your niche, you train the algorithm to associate your account with specific topics. And if you can nail this down pretty good, then you'll have unlimited, flow of leads coming into your business. So, for example, if you're a fitness influencer, posting workout tips and using hashtags like at fitness motivation signals your relevance to fitness enthusiasts. Now, next thing when it comes down to Instagram's algorithm is the user interaction history. So, first of all, Instagram prioritizes showing content from accounts users frequently interact with. That's logical, right? Why would they push, something? Why would they push content, in front of people if it sucks, right? They want people to be happy on the platform, and Instagram wants to be happy, like Instagram wants to have people on their platform as long as humanly possible, right? And like the only way they can do it is by showing them great quality content. And yeah, that's pretty much that, right? Actions like liking posts, replying to stories, or DMing contribute to this interaction history. You can encourage repeat interactions by using features like polls, quizzes, and Q&A stickers in stories to, like I've said, and encourage interaction and just building the relationship, right? So, for example, a food blogger might ask followers to want on their favorite cuisine, boosting engagement and visibility. Now, consistency, that's a big topic. Everybody nowadays just says you need to be consistent. And when you're consistent, Instagram is going to, give you more followers, shares, likes, and more space. So, first of all, recent posts are more likely to appear in a user's feed, especially if engagement occurs soon after posting. Maintaining a consistent posting schedule signals reliability to both your audience and the algorithm. Tools like Instagram Insights can help you determine when your audience is most active, allowing you to post during peak engagement times. Now, how to actually prioritize stories, reels, and carousels. So, first of all, like I've said, Instagram favors content that keeps users on the platform longer. This is why they prioritize stories and reels. I've told you, right? They want to have people as long as humanly possible on their platform. Stories are positioned prominently at the top of the app, making them one of the first things users see. Reels often reach beyond your current followers due to their placement in the Explore tab. Carousels, which are like the multi-post photos, right? Like if you have like post with 10 photos and you just scroll, it's like these like books for kids, like these small books that you just like open up, and that's what carousels are like, right? Which again, this encourages swiping, which increases the time spent on your content. Whereas if you only have like a simple photo, it never, right? Is like you only give them small amount of time, right? This is why it's obviously not a good idea to only post single photos. All right, factors that influence visibility. First of all, competition and feed saturation. So, with millions of posts shared daily, the algorithm helps users sift through the noise by curating personalized feeds. High competition means only the most relevant and engaging content appears at the top. Next one is next factor is the user behavior analysis. Instagram studies how users engage with different types of content, such as photos or videos, and adjusts their feed accordingly. For example, if a user consistently watches cooking reels, they're more likely to see similar content from creators they don't follow. It's very, very simple. Basically, what this means, your Instagram feed is just personalized, right? Now, balance between organic and paid content. So, paid promotions bypass some algorithm barriers, but organic content still needs to perform well to remain visible. High performing, let me just quickly, yes. High performing organic content can lead to better results when paired with paid ads as it signals quality. Relevance scores. That's the next factor. Every piece of content receives a relevance score based on factors like engagement and user preferences. Posts with higher relevance scores are shown to more users. And the next, factor is or are the algorithm updates. Instagram frequently refines its algorithm to improve user experience, which can impact the visibility. Staying informed through official channels and monitoring your content's performance helps you adapt quickly. Now, how to work with the algorithm. Obviously, I'm just going to give you, right now, I'm going to give you some basic tips, but like, take this lesson like an introduction, right? Like, don't start creating content and like, don't try to, you know, become the next star. Just, sit down, listen, and we are going to then go over the specific lessons on how to actually create a content. Right now, what I want to do is that I want to give you like a little understanding of how Instagram works. So, first of all, prioritize engagement. Create calls to action that prompt interactions, such as comment your favorite tip or tag a friend. Also, make sure these, call to actions are as simple as humanly possible. Also, focus on value-driven content. Share tutorials, behind the scenes glimpses, or entertaining content that encourages saves and shares. Use stories and reels strategically. Just simply let people know that you exist. Also, collaborate with others because the more people you engage with, the better exposure you're gonna get. And then, last but not least, and this is like the most important, analyze and adjust based on the data that you will receive in Facebook Insights or in the Meta Ads Center, which, by the way, we are going to go over. All right, guys. So in this lesson, we have covered everything when it comes down to Instagram marketing basics. Why Instagram, is such important, why it's not just a video platform that, majority of people think it is, and why it's so powerful for you. And in the, upcoming lessons, we are going to go over everything when it comes down to setting up your Instagram for efficient and effective marketing. So let's get right into it. In this lesson, we are going to go over how to actually set up your professional business Instagram account as quickly as possible and as best as humanly possible. So, with that said, let's get right into it. I don't want to waste your time. You are here to learn. So, first of all, when you go to the Instagram, right? Um, let me quickly go over here. You just click on sign up, right? Now, right here, you're just gonna go and type in your email, password, full name, and your username. Now, for the username, make sure it's somehow relevant to your business. It can either be your company's name, or if you're a service provider, like fitness coach, like consultant, copywriter, marketing agency, just make some name that you like, but a name that also makes sense to the context of the business that you're in. So for example, if you're a fitness coach, just type something like fitness Jake, right? Or like fitness with Jake, or like if you're in marketing space, right? Marketing Barbara, right? Like something like that. Very simple. The username doesn't matter. What matters is the simplicity. Be simple. Don't waste time trying to come up with fancy names. It doesn't work like that. The thing that's gonna do all the heavy lifting is your brand. So right now, I'm just gonna type everything in and we'll continue. All right, so the next thing you're gonna add is your birthday, right? Like you obviously, I don't know if you need to be over 18 years old, but if it's for a business, you definitely need to. So yeah. Now, as we entered our birthday, then we simply need to confirm the code from the email, right? Right now, you should be signed up for the Instagram, or you should have at least, received some kind of confirmation code. Nonetheless, you should already have an account. The registration process is very simple. And with that said, right now I have logged in to my business account, right, that I regularly use for my business. And we're gonna go over some very simple settings, right? That will allow you to make sure that your account is as good as it can be. And I'm also going to show you some high level business profiles that do it the exact way you should do it. And I'm going to give you some takeaways you can take home and apply them to your profile creation. So let's get right into it. All right, so the way we do and adjust some settings is very, very simple. So first of all, we're gonna go over to this more section right here, and then we're gonna go to settings. Now, let me just move this one. Sweet. So first of all, right here, you can edit your profile, and we're gonna go over that just in a second. But basically, if you look at it, here is your name, right? And let me just make myself smaller so that you can see everything. And right here, you can change your photo. Now, I'm gonna tell you how to like make good photos and like what to do, what not to do in them. Just for now, here's where you change the photo. Now, right here is where you put your website link, right? The next thing that is very important is your bio, and you can, modify and edit, your bio right here. With the gender, you don't need to, answer that, or you can. However, and right here, you can set this on, which is like account suggestions on your profiles, basically recommending you other people from the same industry. You can do that. You don't have to do that. It's not as a big deal as it seems, right? So that's the first thing. Now, if we scroll a little bit more down, right, here's the edit profile, and then we go to creator tools and controls. You can see that I can switch to business account or switch to personal account, right? Now I have the creator account. You have got three options, either to be creator, to be businessman, or, just business guy, businesswoman, or personal account. Obviously, we are not going to be using our personal accounts, right? Now, I use my business profile just for content creation and just for people to, to let myself in front of the people. So I use the creator, content or creator account. However, if I were you, if you wanted to sell things on your Instagram, if you wanted to get leads, if you wanted to promote whatever, you have, whatever service, whatever product, then you definitely need to use the business account because it gives you options such as call to actions, lead forms, and also that's the most important thing. It gives you all the clear data that you need to have. So right now, we are going to switch to the business account. Now, the way you're going to see that is that you can clearly see you're a business account, right? And then you can switch to creator or personal, but I wouldn't mess with this settings. Now, next thing we're going to do is that we're going to go to the professional account, which is essentially settings of your business account. And then here is the category. Now, here you're just simply going to fill in the category your business is in. So if you're a marketing agency, you're just going to type in marketing agency. If you're SaaS, you're just going to type in SaaS. If you're a makeup company, right? You're just going to go health and beauty, right? If you're a fitness influencer or fitness trainer, personal trainer, you're just going to go fitness and health or fitness and wellness, right? Now you can clearly change that by just, go into the category and just typing it in. Very simple. Now, the next thing, if you want to have a business account, is to fill out your email right here, your business email, because in that way, people can contact you. So that's another thing. Also, make sure that you include your phone if, only if, you want people to contact you through your phone, right? And right here, you can even select, which is great. How would you like to be reached, right? So if you don't like people, calling you, you just can simply select text, right? And right here, you obviously can or don't have to, display your contact information, which means people will either see it or not. So it's completely up to you. If you want to be reachable, then obviously do it. If you don't do that. Very simple. Okay, so right now I'm just gonna show you one of the best Instagram profiles when it comes down to business I've ever seen. This guy is, I've learned from this guy. He's one of my mentors and he's absolutely amazing. And I feel like it's better for me to show you an actual, profile that's got over 560,000 followers than just some random profile. I just want you to learn from the best. So, first things first, right? This account name. Like I've said before, you need to have something that is clearly recognizable within your industry, right? Look at this. Marketing Harry. Like that's the simplest description of a profile. Because when people see it, they're not going to be guessing what he's doing. They're going to be like, "Oh, this is Harry and he's doing marketing, right?" So like, let me learn from this guy. Very simple. So that's the first thing. Make your profile name or account name very simple and relevant to your industry. First thing. Second thing, if you see this, sub description of the profile is his name and then what he does. This is very, very crucial. You need to be clear what you're doing. Okay. So, like, he's doing social media marketing. So, if you're doing, email copywriting, say email copywriting. Or if you're doing email copywriting for B2B businesses, say email copywriting for B2B businesses. Now, very important thing, you have to be specific, but at the same time, your, subdescription of the profile has got to be short enough to not be wordy and boring. And my rule of thumb would be to use maximum 5 words. Look at this guy, right? He's got like 3 words. I would heavily encourage you to use 5 words max. Make sure it's very easy to understand. Now, the bio. That's very, very important. Okay, so what this guy does, he basically clearly gives you what he is doing and how he is going to help you in three simple bullet points. Now, if I were you, use this three simple bullet points format, right? You don't want to have one bullet point because that's just not too much, right? That's not enough information. However, if you only if you use like five bullet points, it's just going to become too wordy. So don't do that. It's not worth it. That's the first thing. Second thing, alongside each of these bullet points, you should have relevant emojis. Now, I know some of you be like, oh, but that's childish. And I'm here to tell you it's not. It makes your profile look visually more appealing. And since Instagram is visual platform, do that. That's it. Very simple, right? You have to be, your profile has to be visually appealing, okay? So that's very, very simple. Now, next thing that you should do is to tell your audience how you're going to help them achieve their goals. So, how do you do that? First of all, you need to know what they want, right? You need to discover what your audience actually wants. And you have to do that simply just by researching your market, right? After you know this, then you're going to, I highly recommend you, this is like absolutely awesome format. Just say it within the first two bullet points, right? If you look at this guy, right? Dominate your social presence and business by getting your black belt in content marketing. So he clearly tells you that you're going to build your business and dominate the market by becoming good at creating content. Like every single person can clearly understand that. And that's how, simple and easy to understand your value proposition should be. Don't ever say, I did this, I did that. Make it customer oriented, okay? Say, get 50 clients by, XYZ, you know, get your dream body and lose 20 pounds of fat in 3 months by following the plan, blah, blah, blah. Right? Now, very important thing, the next bullet point. Lessons from 20,000 posts plus 7 million followers. And if you look at this, right, what he basically does, right? He basically, the important thing about it is that he builds authority, right? So he tells you like, hey, I'm gonna help you like crush it on the market. You're gonna have the best Instagram account, whatever. But majority of people, if they don't know him, right, they're gonna be like, okay, but why should I even bother trusting you? And keep in mind that this guy didn't have as many followers as he has right now when he first started, right? He started from zero, and he had to build his reputation from ground up. It wasn't like he just appeared out of thin air and was like, yeah, let's just celebrate me and like I have, 500,000 followers. That doesn't happen. He built it other way around, right? He built it because he had great profile and great bio. So two important things. Make sure you tell your audience how you're going to help them. Be as specific as you can be in the first lines. And in the third line, create authority, right? And then right here, there's the link, if I'm not mistaken, for his paid products. Let me just quickly see. Yes, that's exactly what this is, right? So you can clearly see like here are his paid programs. Here is also, sign up for his newsletter. So basically, if you sign up, if he gives you his free value, which could be like ebook or video or whatever, and then in exchange for that, you give him your email address and contact information, which means he already has your email address and then he can email you and sell you on one of his products. It's very, very simple, very easy, but efficient. So if you want to get leads, if you want to sell your products, this fourth line in the bio is the place to do it, right? So enough with the bio. Next up, we're gonna do is his profile picture. The most important thing is make sure the profile picture is clean and that it shows your face. That's first thing. Second thing is it's scientifically proven that people react better to profile pictures that have people smiling on that. So just take your face picture, where you're smiling in front of like white wall. That's the first thing. And then you can add this nice background, right? And the way you do that is very, very simple. You do that in Canva and you can do it in like 1 minute. So if you're right here, you can see my, Instagram profile picture that I created for myself in Canva. It's very simple. You simply upload your full photo, right? And then, so like it doesn't look anything like this. It just has a regular background. And if you get a paid version of Canva, and if you just simply click on this picture on your photo, just simply going to click on background remover and it's gonna remove your background, and this is like gonna be just you and your face essentially, right? And then you can just move it up and down and just adjust it. Make sure your face is in the middle, right? And then you can add a background. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you, I just got simply inspired by Alex Hormozy because he's also got like a yellow background. It looks decent, it's nice. Again, don't try to reinvent the wheel. Just make sure you smile. The profile picture is somewhat high quality, and you're good to go, right? Now, the next thing we have when it comes down to great Instagram profile are your highlights, obviously. Now, obviously, we are not on phone because the screen recording would be absolutely terrible. But what I'm going to show you is this, right? So if you go on your profile on your phone and just click, on your on your image, on your profile picture, then it will let you create your highlight or your story, right? Now, the way you create these, highlights and like these highlight circles and these like highlight categories is very, very simple. Just gonna go into your profile and it's the same on the phone as well. And you're just gonna go click new and you're just gonna name your highlight, right? And then when you click on it, right, let me just show you, then you can see your highlights, right? These are like some of my testimonials. Don't bother about that. And that is pretty much it, right? Now, if we go to this guy's Instagram profile, what you can also see, like we already talked about highlights, but it basically lets your audience know that you exist. It makes it easier to go through your content, stuff like this. Now, if you really think about this, right? The most and like we're gonna go over multiple things, but the most important things is the visual consistency, right? Look at which colors does this guy use. This is, by the way, why his profile looks so good, right? So he's got like blue, purple, orange, red, and a little bit of yellow, right? These are his colors. And if you look right here, every single highlight has got this visual consistency. The same thing in his posts, right? There's just small amount of posts that, step out of the way and like do not have the consistency. But if you look at his posts, every single thing is essentially within the Instagram colors, right? This is why, by the way, it looks so good. So that's a thing, right? Now, another thing you need to do, if you look at these, thumbnails, if we want to call it this way, of these highlights, you might be wondering that, like, is this, hard to create? And I'm here to tell you it's not. And if you're very serious about Instagram, then you should highly consider using Canva because Canva has got specific templates specifically designed for Instagram highlights. And let me show you where you can find them. It's very, very easy. Okay. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go into Canva and we're going to click on create a design. And right here, we can see some templates, right? So we're just going to put in Instagram highlights. You see, Instagram story highlight cover. Now we're right here, and you can clearly see these beautiful, designs. Like this is absolutely insane of these, highlight covers, right? It's absolutely insane. Now, majority of these, if you see, the pro batch, you need to get a pro account. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Canva is like $20 per month, and it literally the thing it does, it just removes the need for a graphic designer. So if I were you, I would just simply get it because this is absolutely amazing. The only thing I highly recommend you is to have the brand consistency. So first of all, like think about the colors you want to use and never go, I would say, never go over three, maximum five colors, right? You don't want to make it too messy, too confusing. So this is what I would do if I were you. Now, one last thing before I will let you go is Alex Hormozzi's profile, right? You see, absolutely phenomenal, very clean. Again, his branding is on point. He's got a lot of reels, right? Now, the important thing is this, okay? If you see his story highlights, you can clearly see that like there's no confusion, right? If you click on YouTube, then you know it's going to be his YouTube content. If you click on tweets, you know it's going to be his Twitter content. If you click on podcasts, you know the deal, right? So if I were you, just try to make it as simple as humanly possible for your audience. And also, especially when you're starting out, make sure everything is aimed to help your audience get what they're ultimately looking for. So, like free tips, free advices. I would even highly encourage you to create content just to help them, just from a goodwill. Because if you're trying to sell somebody without creating the rapport and trust first, doesn't work, right? So that's pretty much it. All right, guys. So in this lesson, we have covered how to actually, create an absolutely unbelievable Instagram professional business profile, how to, set up your photo, how to set up your bio, and in which way, to structure your posts. And in the following lessons, we are going to go over content strategy for Instagram. So with that being said, let's get right into it, and I cannot wait to talk to you soon. So in the previous lesson, I have shown you what to do and what not to do when it comes down to setting up your Instagram profile. And with that said, in this lesson, I'm going to simply teach you the content strategy you should adapt for your Instagram. So let's just not waste time and let's go right into the juiciest stuff. So here's what we're going to cover today. So first of all, we're going to cover types of content on Instagram, which will be posts, stories, reels, and IGTV. We've already kind of gone through that, but we're going to go over it again. Then we are going to go over something I already mentioned in a previous lesson, which is crafting a cohesive visual aesthetic. Then we are going to cover best practices for writing captions and using hashtags. And then we are going to go over how to actually build a content calendar for consistent posting. Now, warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. So watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip, as always, if you want to save yourself time, watch the video in double speed. So, content strategy for Instagram. So first of all, posts. So what they are, posts are pictures or groups of pictures that stay on your Instagram page. These are great for showing off things about your business that stay important, like your best products or services. For example, a bakery can post yummy pictures of cakes to bring in customers, which works great. Who they help? These posts help businesses with pretty things to show, like clothing, food, or places to visit. That's pretty self-explanatory. They also start conversations because if you add captions that spike interest, then obviously there's going to be engagement. The only thing is, don't be boring and use your personality. Okay? Don't use ChatGPT to write your captions. Also, they help you to get found because if you use hashtags to help more people to see your posts, they will obviously see them if you add location tags. Super simple, add hashtag small business or hashtag New York City bakery. Last but not least, they make you look professional and you can make them look even better if you use lighting and tools like Canva, which I've already shown you. Stories, they're quick and fun. So, first of all, what they are. Stories are highlights from your life and from your business. They let people know that you exist, what is going on in your business, and they actually can easily, you know, increase your authority because if you show you're actually a real person who's working hard, in your brand, and if they see day-to-day process for like a year or so, then guess what? They're going to trust you more, respect you more, and if they respect you more and trust you, there's obviously a higher chance of them hiring you. You can also show fun or behind the scenes moments. Now, obviously, they help businesses that want to feel personal and friendly. They also let you use tools like polls and quizzes to let followers join in. And most importantly, you can also use quizzes and polls for actually like gathering data for your business, right? When I shown you Alex Ramosi in the previous lesson, he what he did was pretty phenomenal. I don't know if you guys read his book, 100 Million Leads, but in this book, he basically was saying that he let his audience decide what was the highest converting title for his book. And how he did that, he basically took, like six titles of the book that he had in his mind, and then he created polls. Which one of these is better? And the one that won it, then that one he used for his book, right? And also you can share links and promote your products. Now, Reels. Reels are short videos up to 90 seconds that Instagram shows to lots of people. The reason why it shows to lots of people is because people love visual content. Now, who they help? They help businesses with exciting or creative things to share, like beauty or fitness brands or business brands, right? If you see these step-by-step tutorials on how to make or how to increase your revenue by 10% the next day or whatever, then these are the videos that they're using. Now, what to post? This is a great topic. If you are a business owner, show how-to videos. And you can show them in two ways. You can either make them highly beneficial, right? So like how to, how to get 1,000 followers in the next 30 days using this strategy. Boom. And you have step-by-step tutorial. You give them 3 steps. Boom. That's the first angle. Second angle that you can use is a little bit more negative. And I know what you might be thinking, but people respond to negativity way better than to positivity. Why is that? Simply because we have a survival instinct inside of us, and therefore we are going to do more to avoid pain than to gain pleasure. So, for example, if you're a fitness coach, you can say 5 things to avoid if you don't want to, pull your shoulder, or five things to avoid if you want to have healthy joints in your 40s, right? Like stuff like this. If you induce negativity but don't overdo it, so like don't just inject your audience with negative content, right? And also because reels and videos generally are type of content that people love the most and lets them spend most of the time on the Instagram. Obviously, this is why reels are the most popular, right? And then in your reels, you can use call to actions, right? Like follow us for more tips, click here to, get your free guide and stuff like this. Now, IGTV, long and helpful videos. What is it? So first of all, IGTV lets you post longer videos, up to 60 minutes. You can use it for teaching or storytelling. So a yoga teacher can share a full class, right? It's like absolutely unbelievable stuff. Like if you can give away this type of content for free, expect good reputation. Who they help? They help businesses that explain or teach, like coaches or artists. They also let you show expertise, which increases your credibility. Now, these also expand your reels, right? Because if your reels get people interested, then you can expand on that one short reel and give them the full secret. And you can connect them together, right? You can say like, if you like this video, you can then, have a look into my masterclass I dropped here. And you just give them a link. That is pretty much it. Now, how to craft a cohesive visual look. Now, if you've watched the previous lesson, and I highly recommend you to do that because it follows up to this one, then you know the importance of crafting a cohesive visual hook. So, first of all, you have to know your brand. You have to pick a feeling. Think about how you want people to feel when they see your post. Do they want to feel fun, fancy, or relaxed? That's a good question. So, example, right? A jewelry brand might go for classy and elegant. So, you don't want to look childish. You don't want to use, just flashy colors like red, yellow. You want to use, elegant colors like black, silver, gold, like gray, white, stuff like this, right? Then choose colors. Pick 3 to 5 colors you will use every single time. These should match your brand's personality. And tip, use a free tool like Colors to help pick colors. Colors. Then pick fonts. Now, if I were you, use font called Futura. And Futura font is basically font that's being used by the biggest brands in the world, like Nike, Adidas, Puma, and brands like this. And because you're not even realizing it, but because you see so many of these brands using the same font, we as humans are programmed to, approve this kind of font. So again, don't try to reinvent the wheel. Use this font. Also, another great font is Montserrat, or let me just think, Interfont. Interfont. So Montserrat, Inter, or Futura, which like Futura is the best one, right? Next one, add your logo. Decide if your logo will go on your pictures. If yes, make sure it's always in the same spot. That's very important. And last but not least, get inspired. Just look at people, in your niche, how they're doing that and get inspired. If you're trying to come up with every single thing from scratch, it's just going to take you forever. I'm not telling you to copy people, that's the worst thing, but get inspired because getting inspired will, make you unstuck and will allow you to progress way further. And speed is one of the most important things in business. Okay. Step number two, plan your layout, right? Decide how your Instagram grid will look. And when I'm talking about Instagram grid, I mean this. The grid is pretty much the layout of your posts, right? So you want to make sure that you like decide, if you want to have like all just, if you look at Hermosi, he's just got like free, reels or free videos in his grid. Some people have like two pictures, one on left, one on right, and then, reel in the middle. You just got to decide. Just make sure. The only thing I would highly recommend you is to make sure that your grid looks consistent, at least at the beginning, because again, it adds to that feel of great visual understanding. And if you can have great visuals in your profile, then people will be more attracted to whatever you offer because you will look and appeal more professional. All right, so back to the presentation. So make sure that you like decide on it, right? Will you alternate pictures and text? Will you use rows? A travel page, for example, might alternate photos of places and tips, right? Also, make sure you keep it balanced. Make sure your colors and designs look good together, which ties back to the colors you picked. Also, use good photos. Bright, clear pictures are key. Use either natural light outside or a simple light setup. And honestly, to be honest with you, like it's not expensive at all. Like if you want to get like for photos, it's just best to have an iPhone, like iPhone 12 minimum or iPhone 13, which I personally got for like $300 and it's way worth it, right? And then you can get a ring light, which will cost you like $50 and will create absolutely awesome light. So do that. Like to look professional to like it's so easy to look professional today. You don't have to invest like thousands of dollars into equipment. Obviously, like if you want to look like these high level creators, then you need to, but like you don't need to do that at the beginning, right? So, next thing you need to do is to center your content, right? Make sure that everything, which means, all the important parts are easy to see and that your content is centered, that it's in the middle. You don't want to have your important text like, in the corner. That's a disaster. The content needs to be easy to digest, right? Step number three, make templates, which, if you have left and right photo, you can always have certain color and certain style for left photo, and then you can just add additional content to it the same way you can do it, for a right photo, and then for the middle post, which is going to be your reel, you can also have a template. So in that way, you will get a cohesive visual hook, right? Next up, add your brand. Use your colors, fonts, and logo in every template. Then save them. Keep them ready to go. Also, make sure you've got different sizes. Make templates for stories, reels, and regular posts. And next thing, you want to make sure you stay fresh. Update your templates now and then to keep things interesting. Don't just become boring, right? Step number four, edit photos well. Use tools. Apps like Canva can help fix brightness, contrast, and more. And again, I've shown you, you can literally just, if you get Canva for $20, and by the way, this is not in any way, shape, or form sponsored content, you can like get for $20 per month everything, right? And Canva, when it comes down to YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, other platforms like this, Facebook, they got ready to go templates for these platforms because they know people struggle with creating content and they don't want to waste their time, going into Photoshop or hiring like some hardcore, photo editor that's going to do a good job, but it's going to also cost them, multiple five figures, right? So that's pretty much that. Um, Then also keep the photos natural, right? If you do too much editing, you will just look fake. and save time. If you edit a bunch of photos at once, it will save a lot of time, right? So that is pretty much that. Now, the next thing you should do, you should just track your posts, right? See which posts perform the best and double down on them, right? And you can do that into Insights, Instagram's Insight tool to see what works, right? And I'm going to show it to you where you can access that. All right, so we are inside our account again. And what we're gonna do, again, the same thing is on mobile. Right now I'm just on my computer. Um, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna go to dashboard right here. Then we can go to insights and we can either, check our account, how our account is performing, or we can go to content, right? Now, obviously I haven't posted you know, any content in the last 30 days or 90 days because I'm not using my Instagram anymore. However, if you just check it right here, you can then are going to see all the important metrics, right? So that's for this. And by the way, we are going to go over all the important metrics, so don't worry about that. I just wanted to show this to you right now, okay? Now, like I've told you, you can then use, Instagram stories for feedback, like I told you in the Alex Ramos's example. Also, make sure to follow trends. Keep your style updated with what's popular and be real. Don't be fake. Don't pretend something that you are not. And also, be open to trying new things. Now, best practices for writing captions and using hashtags, right? So, first of all, how to write crazy good captions. So, if you guys don't know, captions are basically descriptions of your post, right? So, first of all, first thing that you need to do is to start with a hook, right? Begin with the number one mistake most business owners make to grab attention. You basically want to start with something that's customer centric, customer oriented, right? You want to grab the attention of others by appealing to their needs. Very simple. Be clear and professional, right? That's another thing. Use structured lists. So, for example, why our clients love us. Or here are 5 tips, to lose up to 5 kg of fat in the next 30 days. And then you just list out, very simple. Just make sure you write at third grade level. You are friendly, you are conversational, you are very easy to understand, and you don't sound like a robot. Talk to your audience like you would talk to your friend at a bar. And that's not an irony. Like, that's a real thing. I'm not joking when I'm saying this, right? So, yeah, you see, very simple. Also, you can use, data to impress, but I wouldn't say to impress, I would say to gain credibility because nowadays a lot of people are pretending to be something they're not. And obviously, thanks to that, people are more skeptic than ever. And at the end with CTA. Make sure that the call to action is very simple to understand, right? So, for example, sign up today or schedule a free demo. Just tell your audience what they can expect, right? Now, how to use hashtags. So, use niche hashtags, right? So, a graphic designer might use brand identity design and hashtag logo creation tips. Next one, research competitor tags. Look at what hashtags similar businesses are using successfully. Focus on industry specific tags. Examples, e-commerce tips, marketing strategy, startup success. Limit yourself. That's important. Stick to 5 to 10 high quality hashtags to keep your posts professional. Localize when relevant. So if you have a local service, use local hashtags, right? So hashtag Dallas accounting, for example. Now, common mistakes when it comes down to hashtags and captions to avoid. So let's see. First of all, generic captions. That's the biggest mistake. Instead of saying we're the best in the industry, say we helped 200 clients cut costs by 20%. Don't overload with hashtags, right? Avoid cluttering your posts with 20 plus tags. Keep it clean and relevant. Ignoring engagement. Respond to every comment or question to build trust. I know it's a lot of work, but guess what? You need to do that. And because not many people are willing to do that, this is what's going to make you stand out. Skipping proofreading, because if let's say you're a marketing agency and your grammar is not good, then guess what? People are going to see through that and they're going to be like, why should I even trust these guys when they can't write, a simple sentence at third grade level? Using outdated hashtags, that's very common mistakes. First of all, check trends to ensure your tags are still active and relevant. Just check your competition. After we've done this, let me show you how to build a content calendar for consistent posting. So, first of all, let me start by telling you why consistency matters for businesses. It helps you stay relevant. It also helps you gain advantage or and favor with the algorithm, right? Algorithm likes people who stay on the platform. Also, you can plan around campaigns, right? A calendar ensures posts align with promotions or launches. It also helps you track progress, right? Because if you have a schedule, it's then way easier to measure which content drives results. And last but not least, it helps you reduce stress. So, how to build a content calendar for consistent posting. So, steps to build a content calendar, right? So, first of all, define objectives, right? So, for example, increase newsletter signups by 15% this month, right? You need to have a clear goal, clear objective, and then based on that, everything else is going to follow. Then, plan around key dates, mark holidays, product launches, and industry events. Then, batch content creation. Write and design 2 weeks worth of posts in one sitting, right? You don't want to be creating content 3 times a day. You have to be strategic about this. And then break down themes. So, for example, on Monday, you're going to give your audience tips for business growth. On Wednesday, you are going to share client success story. On Friday, you are going to showcase your product or service. On Saturday, you can do Q&A, stuff like this. And then what you need to do, you need to review weekly. You need to have systems in place, right? You need to use data to adjust upcoming content. You just don't want to be doubling down on something you don't even know whether it works or not, right? Very simple. Now, let me give you some tips and tricks for tools to simplify content planning. So, first of all, Trello for organizations, right? If you guys don't know what Trello is, it's basically helps you create a board for ideas, drafts, and scheduled posts. It's a very simple tool. Check it out. It's great. Who Hootsuite or Buffer for scheduling, right? This lets you automate your posts to save time. And like I've said, Canva for visuals and Google Calendar for deadlines, which easily lets you set reminders for important content milestones. And analytics tools, which they let you gather data that then are very crucial when you are deciding whether to create content or not, right? Because if you know some other posts got better reach than others, then you want to make the same content and double down on what works, right? And then Metricool, that's a very good tool because this is a user-friendly platform that leverages a centralized dashboards, intuitive scheduling tools, and real-time analytics to simplify your entire content planning process by tracking performance, consolidating insights, and automating post scheduling. It's like all in one tool, and I highly recommend that to you. Now, when posting manually is better, right? So, first of all, if there's an industry update, share it live with your perspective, right? Break, the schedule. It's not bad to break the schedule from time to time. Engage during peak times, right? Make sure to post, during high activity hours for maximum reach. And again, you can see that in your Instagram insights, right? Then personalize responses, reply to comments and messages in real time for better relationships. Adapt to trends, right? Join trending challenges or conversations immediately, right? It's like if somebody just says there's like a challenge for creators to create 30 days of content, 5 times a day, just break your schedule and try it because you never know where you might, explode on Instagram. And also, avoid canned posts, right? Tailor captions to current events or audience feedback. Don't just be like a robot. Now, just some professional organizing tips. So, schedule around high traffic times. Use analytics to find when your audience is most active, right? That's the first thing. Second thing is to repurpose successful content. Turn a popular blog post into multiple social posts. Just basically double down on what's working. That's people don't believe this is this is true, but it is, right? Then create evergreen posts. Write posts that remain relevant year round, like tips or FAQs. Then allocate promo days. Dedicate specific days to promote services or products. And also leave space for spontaneity. Schedule 80% of your posts, but keep room for unexpected opportunities, right? So, like I've said, 80% be, dedicated, be very professional, have your schedule, but 20% of the time be spontaneous and be unexpected. And that is pretty much it for our content strategy lesson when it comes down to posting content on Instagram. In this lesson, we have covered everything when it comes down to actually posting effective content related to your business. We have covered how to stand out from the crowd, how to, we have covered all the basics when it comes down to proper, content creation, what to do, what not to do, what to avoid, all this sort of stuff. And with that being said, I look forward to speaking to you guys in the next lesson. See you guys soon. Okay, so right now we have gone through some of the Instagram basics, and right now we are going to go over how to actually identify your target audience on Instagram. Because if you're going to create a content that your target audience doesn't want, and then it's irrelevant, or if you're going to be serving food they don't like, right, so to say, then it's absolutely irrelevant. Like, you could be the best content creator in the world, but if you put it in front of wrong audience, you're never going to have success. So let's get right into it. So here's what we're going to cover today. First of all, identifying your target audience. Next one, strategies for organic growth on Instagram. Next one, leveraging trends and viral content. Next one, collaborating with influencers and brand ambassadors. And that's pretty much that. Now, warning as usual. This is the most important video in the entire course. So if you came this far, watch the entire video. Don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip, as always, if you want to save your time, watch the video in double speed. So, identifying your target audience. So, first of all, why even knowing your audience matters? So, first of all, it helps you build stronger connections. Imagine trying to talk to everyone. It wouldn't feel personal, right? Knowing your audience helps you create posts that feel like a friend talking directly to them. Okay? Next up, it helps you save time and energy, right? Because instead of guessing what people want, you'll know exactly what to post. Next up, more likes and comments. When people see content they actually want, that they feel like they're in need, they will interact with it. It's not a magic formula, right? Next one, it will boost your sales because the right people are more likely to buy from you when your posts speak to their needs. It also lets you create better content because if you know your audience inside out, then based on that information, you can tailor that content to whatever they're looking for, searching for, or to whatever they like. So, the first step to doing that is to, first of all, defining your niche, right? So, first of all, you have to know what do you actually offer. And you have to be super clear about what your product or service does, right? So instead of saying fitness, say fun, quick workouts for moms who want to stay healthy. That's very specific. Next one, who needs it? Think about the kind of person who would be excited about what you offer. How old are they? What do they like? What problems are they trying to solve? Next one, spy on competitors. Look at Instagram accounts like yours. Who's following them? What kinds of posts are getting the most likes and comments? And then, based on that, use this information to your advantage. And next one, use Instagram Insights. If you already have followers, check your insights to see which posts are getting the most love, and then obviously double down on them. And last but not least, make a customer avatar. Write down everything about your dream customer, what they like, what they don't like, and how your product makes their life better. Next one, use Instagram polls and questions, right? This is how you research your target audience because this lets you ask about their needs. You can use stories to ask simple questions like, what's your biggest challenge with the specific topic? What's your biggest struggle with staying organized? What's your biggest struggle that prevents you from making $10,000 per month? Then offer choices. Use polls to let people pick between two or three options. This makes it, by the way, way easier to, you know, for them to give you the answer. So, for example, do you prefer scented or unscented candles? And then you can follow up in DMs, right? Message people who answer your polls and start a friendly conversation. Next one, look for patterns. Pay attention to answers you see again and again. And then turn answers into content. If a lot of people say they struggle with something, make a post or reel to solve that problem. It's usually going to get great engagement, right? Now, talking about the engagement, let's talk about testing as well. So, find where they hang out. Follow accounts your audience might already love. So, basically, follow your competitors, right? Follow your competitors and then look at their target audience. Next up, leave thoughtful comments. Instead of saying great post, try saying something like, I love how you made this tip so easy to follow, right? Like you want to spark conversations like a real human being. Then follow engaged users, right? You can pick good sample would probably be to, go into let's say, I want to do same thing as Alex Ramosi, for example. I go to his account, right? I look at people that commented, on his posts regularly, and then I just randomly follow like 50 of these people, right? And then based on that, I can examine what they do, how they do it, why they do it, and what kind of solutions I can give them so that I can solve their problems. Send friendly messages. If someone follows you back, say hi and thank them for joining your community. And also keep track. Watch who interacts with your posts and build relationship with them over time. Next one, test and refine. Try different styles. Experiment with photos, videos, carousels, and stories to see what your audience likes best. Now, I'm here to tell you that you're never going to find out unless you just try and track data, right? It's people are saying things like, do this is just gonna blow up your account. And at the end of the day, it doesn't work. Every audience is different, and so is the content strategy. Next one, measure success. Use Instagram Insights to track likes, comments, and shares. Then what you can do something called A/B testing. You can do, you can post two versions. You can try posting similar content with slight differences, so you can like change the hook, you can change the caption, you can change hashtags and see which one does better. In this way, you can pretty quickly figure out what works the best in your industry, just to make sure you don't burn out yourself and like you don't overthink every single thing. When you're testing, make sure you're only testing one or two variables max. Don't test like 10 variables, because then the data can become pretty inaccurate, and that's the last thing we want, right? And then obviously focus on winners. So that covered. Let me give you some strategies for organic growth on Instagram. Now, if some of you don't know what organic growth on Instagram means, this is very simple, right? Organic growth simply means unpaid, growth. It simply means making content for free and then letting the algorithm decide whether it was worth it or not, right? So, first of all, post consistently and strategically. Stick to a schedule, right? This is what we already covered. Post at the right time. Look at your Instagram insights to find when your audience is most active. Mix it up. Share different types of content like tips, behind the scenes, or fun facts. This is where you have to really get creative. And next up, grab attention fast. Start your posts with something that makes people stop scrolling. And usually, the best thing when you're in the business space, in the B2B space, is to share quick tips or resonate with their pains very, very quick, right? So, do you know the number one mistake most people make with candles, for example, right? And then what you want to do, you want to end with call to action. Always want to tell people what to do next, like save this tip for later. And when you're creating your call to action, make sure it's crystal clear. You don't want to confuse them. Don't try to be smart, be easy. That's important thing. And then engage like pro, right? Respond to every comment, DM your followers from time to time, post stories daily, team up with others, and run giveaways. So in that way, you will look like a real brand, right? Next up, create shareable content. That's like the most important thing, right? Based on the interactions you have with your audience, you want to answer their most common questions, right? And based on that, you post quick tips or solutions your audience actually needs in real life, not what you think they need. That's very big difference. And me being in the marketing space for the last 3 years, I can 100% confirm that. So yeah. Next one, design eye-catching graphics. We already covered that. Go to Canva and use your imagination. Be funny, be conversational. Try to, not look so serious all the time, right? You can share memes that feature brand. A lot of people, a lot of business owners create personalities and brands based on this. Then you can inspire them with quotes, but please never ever inspire them with stolen quotes. Make your own quotes, right? People will see 100, miles ahead because it's just the times of posting motivational quotes in 2015 are over, right? So when posting quotes, make sure that you post something that's actually from you, and people are going to recognize it. And then celebrate your followers, right? Share posts where they tag you or show your product in action. Next one, use Instagram Reels. That's very important. And the reason why you should use Instagram Reels is simply because they easily allow you to hop on trends, right? And make sure that you keep it very quick. Like people's attention spans nowadays are just complete mess, right? I will not talk about this too much, but you get the idea, right? Everybody's just scrolling, and that's why you have to get your personalized point that appeals to their needs or their fears in under 15 seconds. Like you've got to be quick if you want to win in this Instagram game. Then you want to be sharp and precise. Then show your process, right? Let people know like how you make your product or deliver your service. That's a great way to use Reels because then again, it gives you space to increase your authority, right? And then add text. But when you're adding text, make sure it's under your head, right? You don't want to have it like at the bottom of the video because it won't be visible to your audience. And then you can also end with question because you want to encourage, engagement, right? Always think of ways, to encourage engagement. Now, how to actually leverage trends and viral content on Instagram. So let me show you how to do that. So, first of all, before I start, everything you will hear right now might be against what you originally thought works on Instagram, right? And I'm saying this because this happened to me and this happens to a lot of people. People are trying to be original, they try to reinvent the wheel. That's not how it works on Instagram. Ask any big creator, they will tell you the same. So I'm just preparing you for this little paradigm shift, okay? So, first of all, use viral content effectively. Spot patterns in viral posts, right? Look at 10 viral posts in your niche. What's common? Is it humor, emotional appeal, or a certain style? And how to find viral posts? Very simple. I'm gonna show this to you right now. Now, the way I would do it is a little bit different than what other people tell you, but essentially, what you want to do, you want to go on YouTube and you want to go for content creators in your niche. You want to find good, established channels, right? So let's just say how to make money online, which is like the big topic, right? In 2025. And based on these most viral videos and people who have got, the most views, right? Then you go into these people's, uh, accounts, and then you simply go to the bio, to their bio, to the description under the video. Then you go to their socials. Let me just see. Then we click on the Instagram and let us see what they have. And as you can clearly see, I can see, he's got 350K followers, a lot of likes on his posts, which is great. Just follow him, and I would do this for like To not get overwhelmed, I would do this for like 20 people and just try to spot patterns within what they're doing when it comes down to their content. Okay? Look at their hooks, the length of their videos, the format of their videos, and obviously on the delivery, right? And that's pretty much it. And just try to make same content as them. That's pretty much that in a nutshell. By the way, you can also do the same thing on the Instagram. However, I like to do this more because I feel like if you're on a YouTube, right, and if you have like 100,000 followers, then I feel like your brand is more established than if you had 100,000 followers on Instagram because growth on Instagram, in my opinion, is way easier than on YouTube, right? And like if this person can make it on YouTube, then they most probably are going to have followers on the Instagram, right? Because that's just easier. So that's just what my opinion, right? Right. So you basically recreate the magic as I told you, and also make sure to use trending audio, right? If you go to Instagram's reel sections on your phone, you can easily find trending sounds, right? And how you discover these trending sounds, you simply go through the reels of, the people that you started to follow, right? And then you want to make sure you add a little twist. Just make sure you add your personality, your style into it, but don't try to reinvent the wheel too much. I'm talking about the delivery of the content, right? The way you speak, the way you present yourself. Add a little twist to it so that you can differentiate yourself from the rest, but make the format of the content the same, right? So yes, and again, use clear calls to action, avoid being smart, just be simple and to the point. Now, the next thing you should do is to definitely jump on trends quickly, right? Make sure that you daily trend check, right? Spend at least 5 minutes each day exploring Reels or the Explore page, right? And that's pretty much if you're on your phone, right? And if you go to your search bar, right, which is like at the bottom, then you just click on it and then you see all the recommended reels, right? That's the explore page. And make sure you scroll through that page 5 minutes every single day. And the most recommended videos are obviously the ones that are trending right now. You can get inspired from them as well. And after you spot the trend, make sure you act fast. Now, the next thing you can do is to tag trending accounts. If it's appropriate, tag influencers or accounts related to the trend. And then last but not least, measure the performance. Again, use insights to see if the trend brought in more engagement or followers than your regular posts. Now, the next thing you can do is to collaborate with trending creators, right? Identify, and you do that by identifying micro influencers. What you should do specifically is to look for creators with like 10 to 50K followers max who actively engage with their audience. Next thing you should do, you should offer them value, right? Either you can send them free products or collaborate on content that benefits both of you. Then the next thing you should do is to co create content, right? You should work on a reel or post together that combines your expertise with their creativity. And then what you can do is you can share behind the scenes, right? You can document the collaboration to share extra content if, the influencer likes it, obviously. And then again, you analyze the data and the impact it has on others. Next thing you should do is to create viral worthy content. The way you do this is very simple. You should try it. It works. First thing that you need to do is to solve a problem fast, right? Share a 10-second hack or tip related to your niche. Example, 3 ways to keep your candles burning longer. Then emotionally charge these posts. Either share something funny, extremely funny, or something that will create sense of urgency and fear in their eyes. just make sure you don't mislead them, right? Like, um, you know, like people just respond better to fear-driven posts. That's just reality, no matter what everybody tells you, because we as humans are we want to, avoid, pain. We want to avoid pain more than gaining pleasure. And then use visual surprises, right? Include unexpected transitions, colors, or effects to catch attention. And again, you learn these transitions simply by looking at the best creators in your niche, right? And then make it shareable. Design your content so followers want to tag friends. You can include, the shareability option at the end, right? If you found this helpful, make sure to tag your friends, right? And if it's really helpful, they're going to do that. And then follow up on viral posts, right? If a post goes viral, simply duplicate it because 80% of the people that are going to see, your content are going to be your first time viewers. That's just a fact. So double down on what works until it works, right? Now, talking about collaboration with influencers and brand ambassadors, let me give you some more tips, right? Okay, so first of all, how to choose the right influencers, right? So first of all, it all begins with your audience, right? By now, you should have already identified your target customers, right? Now, how to do that? Use tools like Google Analytics to analyze your audience demographics, right? Then the next thing you should do is to research potential influencers, right? Find creators who share your audience's interests and values. So, for example, you can use platforms like Upfluence or Aspire IQ to search for influencers by niche and follower counts. Then check the engagement rates. A large follower count doesn't guarantee influence. Look for influencers with high engagement, likes, comments, shares, right? If you've got influencer who's got 1 million followers and 1,000 likes on his post, that means 1% engagement rate, which is absolutely terrible, right? So it's better to have a person who's got 10,000 followers and like 500 likes, which is, like 5% than that one, right? And like I've said, ideal metric is 3 to 5% engagement rates. Then review content style. Ensure their posts align with whatever you want to post with the style, with your values and stuff like this. Then evaluate authenticity. That's very important. Focus on influencers who genuinely want to help their audience and who interact with their audience. Don't connect yourself with people who are just shady. I'm going to be very honest with you. It's not worth it. All right. So, practical steps to start collaborating. So, first of all, set clear goals. Define what you want to achieve. Do you want to achieve brand awareness, sales, content creation, new leads? What is that you want? Second, reach out professionally. Send a personalized email or direct message explaining why you want to work together. Now, I highly recommend you to use Claude for this because this is like the best writing AI and it will help you a lot and it will save you time. And then just create like 5 templates for DMs, to reach out to Instagram influencers. And after that, you're pretty good to go, right? Then provide an incentive. Offer fair compensation, whether it's monetary payment, free products, or affiliate commissions. So, for example, we offer $500 per cost or a 10% commission on sales. Next up, set expectations. Clearly outline deliverables, deadlines, and usage rights for any content created. And last but not least, track performance. Use tools like BitLinks or UTM codes to measure click, sales, or traffic from influencer campaigns. campaigns. Now, here are some of the biggest mistakes to avoid. First of all, don't choose solely based on follower count, and we already covered this. Next one, lack of research, because you don't want to be rushing into partnerships without reviewing an influencer's history and audience, right? Red flags is controversial past behavior or inconsistent posting. Watch out for that. Ignoring contracts. Always have a written agreement covering expectations, timelines, and payment. The best way, to like prevent any conflicts from happening is to set clear expectations and like really clear, right? Meaning everything is laid out as specifically as it can possibly be. Okay. Now, next one is micromanaging creators, right? Because influencers know their audience best. So provide guidelines, but allow creative freedom, right? Instead of dictating every detail, share your goals and let them craft their message. Because, like I've said, they know their audience the best. Then the next one is failure to measure results. Because without tracking metrics, you cannot determine campaign success, right? Like if you don't know numbers, you don't know nothing, right? So use analytic tools to monitor ROI and adjust your approach accordingly. Now, here are the next steps for your brand. So, first of all, create a target influencer list. Identify 10 to 15 influencers who align with your audience and goals. Action. Use Instagram hashtags or TikTok trends to discover potential partners. Next one, I've already told you this, draft outreach templates. Have at least 5 of them. Next one, develop campaign guidelines, right? Outline these things. Outline your objectives, preferred content styles, and key deliverables you want in the content. Next one, set a budget. Determine how much you can invest in influencer collaborations. And then based on that, also, like if you have, if you can offer like $100 per post, you cannot expect to work with people who have got like 200,000 followers, right? Like, so you need to be thinking strategically. And then based on your budget, you also decide what are your target influencers, right? And next one, launch a test campaign, right? You have to have you have to start small because you don't want to be given $1,000 to influencer, then they just waste your budget, run away with your money, and you pay these $1,000 just to discover it doesn't work, right? So what you want to do is you want to invest small, start with small influencers, and then as you get more experience, you want to expand, to people, to higher paying people with more experience on your side as well, right? All right, guys. So in this lesson, we have covered how to grow your audience on Instagram. First of all, we covered, how to identify your target audience. We covered strategies for how to actually grow organically on Instagram. We also covered how to leverage trends and viral content. And we also, talked about how to collaborate with influencers and brand ambassadors. So with that said, in the next lesson, we are going to go over Instagram stories and highlights, which, by the way, are extremely important part of your business if you want to, let the whole world know what you're doing. Because if people don't know you exist, you basically are not present to them. And Instagram stories and highlights are one of the best ways to actually, go over that. So, with that said, talk to you guys soon in the next lesson, and let's do it. All right, so Instagram stories and highlights, aka the next puzzle of the entire Instagram marketing picture. So, with that said, let's get right into it. So, first of all, here is what we're going to cover today in this lesson. So, first of all, we're going to cover creative ways to use stories for engagement. We are going to cover how to add polls, quizzes, and stickers for interaction and what to do inside of them. Also going to cover highlights to showcase key content, and then we are going to cover how to analyze story insights to improve performance. Now, as always, this is the most important video in the entire course if you came here. So watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip, as always, if you want to save yourself some time, watch the video in double speed. So, creative ways to use stories for engagement. So, first of all, show behind the scenes content, right? What I mean by this? I mean super simple things like sharing real unscripted moments from your business operations. So, for example, film your team preparing for a major client presentation or setting up for a corporate event. Use captions to explain what's happening and why it matters. For instance, here's how we prepare for flawless client meetings. Add quick tutorials. Show how your product is used or how your service works behind the scenes. Highlight the tools or people driving your business success. Meet David, our top strategist, ensuring your campaigns excel. Build suspense. Tease upcoming launches by showing small, intriguing details. Sneak peek of our new service offering. Stay tuned, right? So, super simple stuff. Now, what else can you do? You can also tell a micro story with a clear beginning, middle, and end, right? So use free frames. These are the ones. So first of all, start with the challenge your business faced, show the process to solve it, and end with successful outcome, right? You can do that either by free stories or by longer one. Again, test what works the best, right? Next thing you have to keep in mind is to keep it relatable. Share everyday business scenarios like ever struggle with client onboarding. Here's how we streamline it, right? And also make sure to include visuals that support each stage of the story. So, for example, a before and after shot of an office space transformation you managed for a client. Also, make sure to use text overlays to guide viewers through each step. However, don't overload your stories with text. Okay? You can also add an emotional hook, right? Inspire trust by sharing how your services solved a real problem for a client. Now, you can also feature something that's called UGC, aka user generated content, which basically means client testimonials, client reviews, and stuff like this. Why you should do that? Because this builds trust with the audience that doesn't know about, that doesn't know about you too much, right? And you can showcase these reviews that they, gave you from using your products. Create a success story series as one of your highlights, right? Highlight client achievements. So, for instance, how Sarah scaled her business with our marketing solutions. Encourage participation, right? Tag us in your story for a chance to be featured, right? Or just tell them like, hey, if you had, similar win, or if this resonates with you and you had, similar success, please tag us. We are going to give you something for free, right? Or something like this. And also use polls or stickers to ask for content ideas, such as what's your favorite way to use our services? What do you like the most? What would you make better about it? Like, be open minded, right? Also, make sure to thank contributors by tagging them and adding fun stickers or emojis to show appreciation. And like I've said, even in some cases, if you've got some kind of free resources, then that's the best time to be the most efficient, right? Next up, create interactive story sequences. So, first of all, post a challenge, right? Can you spot the productivity hack? Swipe to see the answer. Build curiosity with a what happens next story type, right? Show a surprising reveal in the following frame, like a before and after of a successful marketing campaign. You can also share a step by step guide, asking viewers to guess the next step at each stage. You can also use a countdown timer for live events like webinars or product launches. You can also add tab to reveal effects by hiding text under stickers, encouraging viewers to interact, right? While doing this, all of this works, right? But while doing this, make sure that you make it super simple to understand. Like, don't be fancy with the way you express yourself. Like, don't try to be smart. Don't use jargon. Doesn't work, right? Be simple. Click here to reveal, this answer. Very simple. Next one, obviously, humor and memes, right? You can even add funny captions to your business related images or videos, right? Next, you can use trending memes to connect with your audience, right? If Monday morning meetings were a person, that's a great one, right? Share lighthearted moments from your workplace, like team bloopers or funny interactions. Also, make sure to personalize memes to fit your industry and audience, right? Majority business owners use, the notoriously and famously known TV series The Office for their memes because that's very, very relevant, right? Also, what you want to make sure is that you want to balance humor with value, right? Because you don't want to overdo this. So, like, don't try to become a comedy club. Like, you want to, like, you know, 1 in 6 posts should be like basically like 15% of your posts should be like funny, but like you don't want to turn your business page to a meme page, right? So, yeah. Now about polls, quizzes, and stickers for interaction, right? So, why you should even use polls? You can first of all, you can use polls to understand your audience, and we already talked about this, right? Ask this or that questions tailored to your industry. Do you prefer video or written content for training? Use polls for service feedback. What's more important to you, speed or quality? Make polls fun and engaging. What's the ultimate office snack? Coffee or donuts? Pair polls with visuals to grab attention. So, for instance, choose your favorite campaign design alongside images. Use responses to guide your service offerings or content strategy. Like I've said, Alex Ramosi did this before. He launched his 100 million leads book. And basically, the reason why this book is called 100 million leads is because his audience had decided, and this is also why it's so popular because he appeals to his audience's needs in the purest form possible. Next thing you can do, you can incorporate quizzes for education and entertainment, right? So, like, you can create simple personality quizzes, right? Like, what type of entrepreneur are you? If you are this type of entrepreneur, then you're going to be successful based, on the research that was done back in 2023. Do you want to do you want to anticipate or do you want to like participate, sorry, in this quiz? Something like this, right? We can also make learning interactive with this kind of thing, right? You can say like, do you know the best time to post on social media? Swipe up to find out. You can also reward participants with results they can share. You can also share results in real time to spark curiosity. Most of you guessed B, but the answer is C, reveal why. Relate quizzes to your services. That's very important, right? So, because if you can somehow relate your quizzes, let's say, right? Let's say you're offering a marketing course or whatever, right? And you ask them some kind of question, and if they, answer these questions, like if they answer some type of answers, then you tell them, based on this quiz, you are the perfect fit for this and this. This is why, you might be a great fit for our course. If, are not looking for anything serious right now, at least here's your free gift, and you can give them, a freebie, which is like a free value in exchange for email, or you can then pitch them for your course or anything, basically, your service, your product, whatever else you're offering. Now, the next thing you can use is to use question stickers for feedback or fun, right? So you can ask your audience for advice. What's your go-to productivity tool? Then you can encourage questions about your expertise. Ask me anything about scaling your business. I'm looking to help, you know, five new coming entrepreneurs make at least 5K per month. Collect suggestions for future content, right? Basically tell them like, hey, did you find this valuable? If so, what do you want to learn next? Be very upfront about it, right? Also, make sure that you share user responses with personalized replies. Don't let robots, answer the questions. I would rather, if I were you, I would rather answer fewer questions and make them personalized because everybody is going to see it. And so, yeah, this is why I would do it. Next one, experiment with emoji sliders, right? Use sliders for quick, fun feedback. How excited are you about our next webinar? By the way, this could also give you like a sort of feedback because if a lot of people engage with this, that first of all means that you are creating a content that's relevant and relatable to your audience. And next, which is very, very important, is that if there are positive reactions, that means you're doing something right. However, if the situation is opposite, you need to have a look at what caused the problem, right? What you also want to do is that you want to add visuals that match the slider's tone, right? For example, a light bulb emoji for innovative ideas. Now, also, what you want to do is that you want to keep sliders simple and visually appealing with bright backgrounds, right? Or with dark backgrounds, but with white text. Now, what you can also do, but I wouldn't overdo it, is to incorporate countdown timers for urgency. Now, whenever you are, yeah, you see like all these things, but you can just read them. But like what I would say about this is make sure that whenever you present urgency, make sure your urgency is justified, meaning you give a legitimate reason behind why something's limited. Because if you just start throwing around random urgency reminders, your audience is quickly going to get sick and tired of it. And that's a last thing we want, right? We never ever want somebody else to get tired of that. So don't do that. Justify urgency is going to be great. It's going to be absolutely awesome. Now, using highlights to showcase key content. So, first of all, create themed highlight categories. So organize highlights into categories like case studies, client win, and resources. Make sure they are easy to understand for your audience. Use short descriptive titles for each category, right? Results, events, services, YouTube, Twitter, testimonials, whatever. Group similar content together to make it easier to navigate, which, by the way, you do in these highlights, right? Now, we also want to make sure you update them regularly with your best performing stories and remove the outdated ones. That's great because like you don't want to have stories from like 2017, right? When, Instagram wasn't what it's right now. Next up, we already talked about it. Use branded covers. And what you want to do, right? Um, I've already shown that, but let me just show you quickly. If we go on Canva, right? And we just click create new design, then it asks us what would we like to create. So Instagram, yeah. Instagram story highlight cover. And then if you get a paid plan from Canva, you can see that it's only available for people with working subscription. Then you can get these beautiful, customizable highlights. And now some of these are free, so let's just use these ones for example. And if you can really have a look at it, right, it's just nice. And like you can easily, right, you can easily edit the text, you can easily edit like the circle. You can easily edit around that, like everything, right? You can edit the text. It's great, everything. Um, Basically, I can play with it, change the color, change the font, so that's great. However, if I was you, or if I were you, I wouldn't waste time designing it, and I would just simply purchase the pro version, because that's like $20. And like, look at this design, like this is so sick and so amazing, right? Or this one, which by the way is free. Like this is absolutely amazing, right? And like you can use this if you have a fitness business. Absolutely awesome, right? So yeah, that's pretty much that and how I would go about this. What you also want to do, you want to make sure that you highlight customer testimonials. That's like very important because with your Instagram page, you want to make sure that you build credibility and trust, right? Use quotes, videos, or screenshots of testimonials. Obviously, the more videos you have, the better it is because that's the most real form of content. So that's pretty much that. You also want to make sure that you organize it by service type for easier reference, and you also want to make sure that you add a call to action in each story, such as swipe up to learn more. And you also want to make sure that you regularly update with fresh, relevant reviews. Next thing that you want to do, you want to showcase tutorials and tips, which, by the way, is another potential section of your highlight, right? So use step-by-step instructions with clear visuals. That's very important. Group similar tutorials into one highlight. So, for example, marketing tips, email writing tips, funnel tips, you know, tips for small businesses, stuff like that. And yeah, you have to use engaging visuals to hold attention. I wouldn't honestly like use animations, but I would just like make it super simple, right? And you want to make sure you end it with a clear call to action that has a clear action to your audience, right? Now, how to analyze story insights to improve performance. That's very important, right? So, as I've shown you, highlights, you have already seen that, right? Right now, what I'm going to tell you is what to focus on, right? So, first of all, what you need to focus on is reach and impressions. So, first of all, check how many people saw your story and how often it was viewed. The people that saw your story is the reach, and how often it was viewed are impressions, right? Now, you want to make sure you identify patterns in high performing stories. And then, when you identify these patterns, you want to make sure you just replicate them throughout your stories, right? Because you want to have all these stories like the one that stood out. Also, make sure that you experiment with timing. Post during peak activity hours based on insights because insights are going to show you when your followers are, the most active. And then based on that, you can post when they are the most active and then you can compare whether that piece of content performed better, worse, or the same, right? And if it performed better, you're obviously, going to post at these times. If it performed worse or the same, you're not. And what you also want to make sure, like, compare the types of content you post, right? What you want to do is, like, after you post your first, let's say, 50 posts, you want to make sure that you see patterns in what resonates with your audience the most, right? And this is pretty much that. Now monitor tap forward and tap back rates. So tap forward, what this even means? Too high means viewers might find your content boring or overly long. Tap back means that it indicates interest. They might want to reread or rewatch, right? Because if they tap back, basically means they want to see it again, right? If they tap forward, they just don't care. Now, one big tip I can give you, if you have a video that you feel like is very valuable and like you're 100% sure about that and you don't understand how, in the world could this happen to you, then what you can do is to simply make the content shorter. This is like a great upgrade that doesn't cost you too much of your time, but I feel like can help you quite a lot. So try it. It's worth it, right? Now, after that, you simply analyze what holds interest. Because you can see that people, for example, tap back on detailed strategy breakdowns. Also, make sure to add hooks at the start to keep viewers engaged, which that's the biggest basic, right? Next up, next thing, you want to make sure that you monitor our completion rates. So look at how many viewers watched your story up until the end. Low completion rates suggest your story may be too long or irrelevant. So, like I've said, if there are two scenarios, right? Your video is either too long, which we covered 10 seconds ago. Second thing is that it might be irrelevant, and that's like a big problem because you have to know what is your target audience. And if you even don't know who you're serving, then you will be lost because if you don't like it's the same thing, right? I'm from Czech Republic, right? And like if I was serving Czech food to Americans, I don't know if they would like it, right? So like and the same thing goes the other way around, right? Like if if I don't know if they're gonna like it, why would I serve it to them? Why wouldn't I just, make a nice burger and fresh fries and like Coca-Cola and give it to them knowing they will love it, right? Like this is what you have to do with your content. So make sure it's relevant. Um, Also make sure you don't like fluff around and like don't just like talk nonsense around too much because the filler content is what like kills your reach. Okay. Also, make sure to keep a logical flow so viewers stay interested throughout your stories and throughout your highlights. Also, make sure to test different formats. And last but not least, use engagement metrics to refine content, right? Track sticker taps, poll responses, and quiz participation. Focus on replicating stories with high interaction rates, right? This poll got 80% participation. Let's try more like it. Also, make sure that you identify underused features and test them with fresh content. And also, make sure you encourage replies by asking engaging, open ended questions. Now, last but not least, you want to make sure that you adjust strategies based on your insights, right? So stop using features with low engagement like certain stickers. If you just see something doesn't perform, just completely throw it out of the window, right? Don't waste your time with it. And the same thing applies to the opposite. Double down on popular content types, right? Experiment with new approaches based on the audience behavior. Like your audience should dictate what you post. I know it sounds crazy, but if you want to make a lot of money with Instagram, this is the way to go, right? And yeah, just like I've said, like make data informed decisions, right? If polls show that people want to know more about how to get leads, for example, just like make your content about how to get leads. Very simple, right? And also make insights a regular weekly part of your strategy. All right, guys. So in this lesson, we have covered how to use Instagram stories and highlights for making your business grow. We have covered how not to only, make them look like you're trying to flex on somebody else, but actually how to use them in a way that's constructive and that builds authority for your business. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, if you build authority for a business, you're obviously going to generate a lot of profit. So, with that said, let's get right into it. And I cannot wait to talk to you guys soon. All right. So after we mastered stories and highlights that are highly connected with them, next thing we have to do is we actually have to learn how to create great Instagram reels. And this is what this lesson is going to be about. Now, here's what we're going to cover today. So, we're going to cover how to create engaging and shareable short videos. I'm also going to teach you how to use training audio and effects for better reach. And then I'm going to give you some tips for optimizing Reels to make sure your posts are discovered by as many people as possible. Now, warning, if you came this far, this is the most important video in the entire course by this moment. So please watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip, as always, if you want to save yourself some time, watch the video in double speed. So, step by step guide to creating high impact Instagram Reels. So, step number one, you have to strategize your content, right? So, first of all, you want to know what is the objective of the reel. Is it selling something, giving valuable info, or building, relationship and trust with your audience? Next one, you need to identify your target audience, right? This is what we already covered. If you haven't gone through that lesson, please go through that. There are some very important pieces of information that you need to know no matter what before you get into this lesson. Okay? Next one, you have to research trends. These are the basics, right? I've already told you how to, research trends. Make sure you do that. Come back to that lesson. Search for other creators, other popular creators in your niche, and then, model your content in the same way they do. Next thing you should do is you should storyboard your reel. So break it into three parts: hook, which is the attention grabber, then content, which is the core message, and CTA, which is the call to action, right? Now, for example, right? Um, for an online course, it could start with a question, right? Struggling to learn coding, that's a hook, right? That clearly calls out the main problem. And then you demonstrate a snippet of a lesson, right? So like a snippet of, what you're about to learn, and then you end with sign up for today, right? And very important thing you want to do is that you want to make sure that you only focus on one idea at a time, that you keep it as simple as humanly possible. Okay, like this is the most crucial thing. Like, no matter what you do, no matter how you do it, you gotta just keep it simple. Okay, so that's what I would do. Um, so, yes. Next up, record high quality footage, right? So first of all, choose a clean, well lit space. Use natural light or ring lights to enhance clarity. Now, you can get ring lights for as little as $30. So it's It if you think it's all about money, it isn't. It's just about optimizing your space and following these simple steps that other people feel like are not good enough, but in reality, trust me, majority of people don't follow them. And this is why, stuff like this happens. And people, because they don't follow basics, then their reels don't perform well. Shoot in short clips. That's a very important thing. When you're creating content, right? You want to make sure your content is as sharp as humanly possible. And if you're shooting a 30-second video, there's no way you can be sharp like throughout the entire 30 seconds, right? So this is why you should like shoot your hook, then the main promise, and then the call to action, right? This is simply because, like I've said, sharpness and efficiency of delivery are the most important parts when it comes down to your business, right? And next one, leverage angles and movement, right? So use dynamic angles to keep your reel visually interesting. So, for example, a car detailing business could alternate between close-ups of cleaning tools and wide shots of the car transformation. Next one, what you want to do is to ensure stability. So what I'm trying to say here is to simply use a tripod or stabilizer for steady footage, especially for close-ups or product demonstrations. And obviously, you want to record multiple takes because if you shoot everything on one try, it's never going to work out. Now, with that said, I'm going to show you one creator that I absolutely respect because he's got, in my opinion, one of the best reels in the world. His editing, his delivery, everything is just absolutely on another level. So let me show you. All right, so this creator's name is Devin Jado, right? He has literally got like, just make myself more. He's got like the best reels in the world, in my opinion. If you look at his stats, he's got the biggest average views on a video from all the Instagram marketing gurus today, which is absolutely crazy. His videos are absolutely amazing. I'm not sure if I can like show you sound, but like you see, like if you see it, if you look at his videos, it's just the editing is absolutely amazing. His delivery is absolutely amazing. Like his videos look so cool, and like if you really study his content, you can get so much out of it. And like if there would be one person to study, the alchemy of reels from, then it would be this guy. So I'm just letting you know about this because I'm honestly like impressed by this guy. He's got impressive numbers, impressive, visual like coherence. If you look at this, he's just got this, purple background, like this, you know, um, RGB light background, and it's absolutely awesome. So yeah, I'm just recommending you this guy if you want to see how real looks like in real life. Go to this guy's. His name is Devin Jado, and he's got 133 posts, 321,000 followers. Now, let's just talk about editing, right? So, we're back in the presentation. So, first of all, import and arrange clips, right? So, after you're done recording, like I've told you to do, then you can use Instagram's built-in editor. And if I'm being completely honest with you, when you're just starting out, it's way easier to edit on the Instagram than in some kind of software, right? But like if you're just beginning, you can play with simple effects, simple transitions, and then as you progress more and more, you can use InShot or CapCut, which in my opinion are really easy editors to use for beginners when it comes down to reels. And by the way, this guy Devin Jado edits his videos in CapCut, or his editor edits his videos in CapCut, right? Next thing you should do is obviously to trim and align, right? Next thing, like just cut out unnecessary parts and only pick, the best, parts of each one of these videos and literally just cut out all the fat, right? To ensure that when you piece these puzzles together, that the transitions are smooth, right? Next up, you should add text and captions. Now, for this one, just make sure that you use clear, bold fonts to emphasize key points, right? So, for example, an e-commerce business might add 50% off today at the beginning. And then last but not least, incorporate trending audio, right? So that is pretty much that. Now, how to actually maximize your engagement? You do that with something called smart posting, right? And you do this by crafting a catchy caption first. So, what you want to do, you want to combine a question, a value proposition, and a call to action. And let me show you an example again from Devin Jado himself. Okay, so if you look at one of his captions, right, I want you to just read this with me. Here is a value proposition, and then at the end, you have got the call to action, which, by the way, isn't you doing something else, right? Like clicking on this link or whatever. His call to action is actually within the video itself, right? But in the caption, he also has got, a call to action, indirect call to action. So look, if you want to get more views on Instagram, then you need to use the Devon zone. Now, what is great about this? First of all, clear value proposition. And then he tells you you need to use the Devon zone. But what the Devon zone means, you might be saying. And this is exactly why you are going to keep on reading, because he basically promises you something and then he gives you solution, but you don't know what the solution is. And therefore, you are going to want to know more about that, right? This video gives you as the creator slash influencer and your video editor some of my best social media pro editing types. If you follow these editing tips and use the Devon zone in your video, then your IG reels will 100% become easier to watch and get more views. This applies to all videos filmed vertically. So stop asking the question how to go viral and start using the Devon zone in your next short form video. What he did here absolutely perfectly was that he told you the result that he got with this, and that he also told you the results that you can expect from getting this. And then he told you, so stop wasting your time and just use, the Devon zone. And the great thing about it is he told you everything except what the Devon zone is, which if you think about it, he created, a an authority for his video, which means that people believe that the Devon zone is helpful. However, they don't know what the Devon zone is actually. So for this reason, you will want to watch the video. And this is, what your ultimate goal is. Your ultimate goal is to want to watch the video while after reading the caption, right? So let's get right into the presentation. Now, when it comes down to hashtags, make sure you use them strategically, right? So what we want to do is that we want to mix niche specific and trending hashtags for broader reach, right? So, for example, home renovation tips, which is, broad reach, and then small business owner, which is niche specific, right? Obviously, make sure you post at optimal times, right? Analyze your audience's activity and schedule posts accordingly. And then tag and collaborate. Tag relevant accounts or influencers to amplify your reach. And promote in stories and in DMs, right? Share your reel in Instagram stories, which will, increase your reach. And also make sure that you personally share reels with potential clients or collaborators. Now, are you with the sharing the reels? through your DMs, you want to make sure that you only share it with people who you know 100% are going to be interested in whatever you're selling. Okay, so that or whatever you're doing. So with people who've already got good relationships with, such as your previous customers. And step number five, analyze and improve, right? So make sure that you monitor performance metrics. These are the metrics you should monitor. Track views, likes, shares, saves, and comments using Instagram Insights. Now, if you don't know where to find Instagram Insights, I'm going to quickly show you. So we're at the homepage of Instagram, then we click on more, and sorry, no, we click on dashboard. Um, and then you have add tools or you have insights, right? And then you click on insights for content, and then you will see all the insights well before content. Obviously, I haven't, uploaded any content in the past 90 days, so I have no insights, which also means your insights will be only available for the past 90 days for the content that was released for the past 90 days. All right. Now, as I shared how to actually create great reels, let's just dive a little bit deeper, right? Let's just dive into how to use trending audio and effects for better reach on Instagram Reels. Now, before we move, to the tutorial, let me just simply tell you what even trending audio and effects mean on Instagram. Basically every single reel, if you don't have your custom audio, which could be you speaking, have got music in the background, and this music is audio, right? Now some of the songs that are released or some of the sounds gain huge popularity, and they gain huge popularity simply by other creators making them popular, right? So if Travis Scott releases a song and everybody uses Travis Scott's song within his reel, then it's a popular or trending audio, right? And this is how audio becomes popular. So what we are going to cover in this, how to actually gain an advantage when it comes down to these trending sounds and how to even spot them. So let's go on how to actually do it. So first of all, you need to search for trending audio, right? And what you want to do is that you want to open the Instagram app and navigate to the Reels section, right? Then you want to scroll through Reels and pay attention to audios with the upward arrow symbol. Tap the audio name to see how other creators are using it, right? You will see other videos that were made with by using the same video. Then save the audio by selecting Save Audio for future use. Next thing you want to do is to preview and analyze, right? Before committing to an audio clip, tap Use Audio to preview its vibe, right? You first want to see how it will even look like before you use it, right? Check out the beat, tone, and mood align with your content's message. Next thing you should do is to study top performing reels that use this audio to understand their structure. Next thing that you want to do is that you want to make sure your audio matches with your content, right? Or not your audio, but like the audio you've chosen. And what you want to do is that you want to plan your content around the rhythm of the audio, right? For instance, match transitions or movements to the beats, right? Like when you hear, very explosive beat, or if you hear like very interesting transitions within the audio, you want to match it with your video and do that transition as well. When the music should dictate, how the video is being trimmed, basically. The video needs to be to the beat, right? Think of it as dancing, right? They all dancers also dance to the music. The music dictates how they move. Not the other way around. The same thing should be with your reels. Now, The next thing that you should do is to obviously create a reel with this saved audio, right? Tap the plus icon and choose reel to start recording. Select your saved audio from the audio section. Film or upload clips that sync naturally with the music's tempo. So you can either, use the trending audio while recording the reel, or you can just simply like save the sound and then trim it in CapCut and make it better. Both ways work. The next thing you should do is to enhance with effects, right? While editing, you can click on the effects icon and explode the trending category. Choose an effect that complements your theme, whether it's playful, dramatic, or artistic. That doesn't matter. Adjust the effect's intensity to ensure it doesn't overshadow your content. Then edit and refine. And the last thing, finalize and post. Make sure that you double check synchronization between visuals and sound. And that is pretty much that. All right. So after we've gone through how to actually use effects and trending sounds to your advantage, we now are going to go over how to optimize Reels for discoverability, right? So let's do it. So first of all, make sure that you have high quality footage. No calculator, camera videos like, okay? Use natural or professional lighting to ensure clarity. Record the videos in vertical form with a resolution of at least 1080p, which is full HD. Uh, Instagram is optimized for full HD, so make sure you use this type of resolution. Also, what you want to make sure that you do is that you actually, you want to make sure like get an iPhone. Just get an iPhone. Like I feel like they have the best videos and like it costs like 300 to $400. And I feel like they're just affordable. Right now I'm recording this one and I'm using this course with an assistance of iPhone 13. The video quality is great and I'm using it as a webcam as well. I'm telling you guys, iPhones are great for video. Like, if you don't wanna, mess around with like camera setups and like buying lens, then I feel like iPhones are the best. Also, make sure to avoid shaky footage by using a tripod. Next up, which we already talked about, craft attention grabbing hooks. Use a little bit of your personality to make sure you create great hooks. What you want to do is that like, you want to use metaphors that work great. You can use you can use controversy, like polarizing opinions because that gets attention. You can use benefit driven hooks. You can use fear driven hooks, which is like 3 steps, to make sure, you know, your wife doesn't divorce you or something like. I'm just making this stuff up, but you get it, right? Fear driven hook. Now, what you also want to do, like I've said, you want to include text board overlays to highlight key points or promises, right? For example, this hack will save you hours. What you also want to do is that you want to incorporate keywords and hashtags. So research hashtags with a mix of high and low competition, right? Tools like Hashtagify can help, right? Use keywords in your captions that describe the video's content, right? For example, here's how to edit reels. So you use how to edit reels. Very simple. Make sure to keep it somewhere between 10 or 15 hashtags to boost discoverability. And then maximize engagement with call to actions. Add clear calls to action, such as double tap if you agree, or tag a friend who needs this. Then encourage viewers to share your reel by emphasizing its value. Then, like I've said, optimize posting times. We've covered this already. Next up, what you want to do, leverage captions effectively, right? Write concise, engaging captions that complement the video. We have gone over that. Make sure you rewind this like 7 minutes or 10 minutes earlier. I've shown you one of the best captions by one of the best content creators, Devin Jado. Go check him out. And next up, and the last one, test and learn, right? You have to just experiment because a lot of times you might think something will perform good, but the truth is it doesn't. And after you release some kind of content that you know will, that you like, are 100% sure won't perform well, then, just explodes and you just gone viral, right? Now, engaging the audience. How to engage the audience. How to make the content fun. So first of all, make content relatable. Share real life stories or example in your reels or use metaphors and use super simple terminology to describe whatever you're talking about. Don't use fancy words and jargon. Also, you want to make sure that you address common pain points or questions your audience has and solve it for them. Next up, you want to make sure you encourage interaction. Post direct questions in your captions or video, such as what's your go to hack? Use interactive stickers like polls or quizzes in accompanying stories. Next up, you can collaborate with influencers, right? You can partner with creators in your niche to tap into their audience, which obviously will then give your audience huge boost because other people will discover you. And you do that by co-creating content that aligns with trending themes, which by the way, if you partner up with great influencers, they will help you with that, right? And then you can also add accessibility features, right? You want to make sure that you enable auto captions for viewers who watch without sound, right? Highlight critical points with bold text overlays, right? Like you want to make sure like that your captions within the video are great as well, right? If you use CapCut, the CapCut has got an automatic like caption, generation tool that basically automatically generates caption for you and your video. And last but not least, A/B test the content. That's the most important thing. You put two almost identical, pieces of content next to each other and you just test which ones perform the best, right? And you do that by slightly changing one or maximum two elements of the video. And then based on that, you will see what works the best, right? So if you have one video, for example, what you want to do is that you want to change the headline, right? Or you want to change the title, or you want to change the hook, right? Or you want to change the call to action, like test different variables. Now here are just for the end of this lesson, I'm just going to give you some tools for enhancing reels, right? So first of all, editing apps. Here are some apps that are absolutely amazing for editing. First one is InShot. It's easy to use app for basic editing and transitions. Then CapCut. This lets you edit like a master, like a pro, and it's very easy to navigate through, especially for beginners. Like I've never seen tool so beginner friendly but so advanced at the same time. Then Canva, we already talked about this. Now lighting and filming equipment. So first of all, you can have, ring lights for consistent lighting in indoor settings. I'm just going to show you like which ones can you buy from Amazon, like very simple. You're not going to invest too much, by the way. So we are in Amazon or on Amazon, you can see $18, $29. You can even change colors in these. That's absolutely phenomenal. You see $29, 29, yeah, around $30. Some of these are obviously more advanced, which are, these ones for 93. But like I've said, all you need, to be honest with you, is either this one or this one. And if you want to like RGB colors, then you can pick this one. Like these are the ones I would go for, right? Now the next thing you need to have is gimbals, right? So just go quickly over this one. Yeah, that's literally just a stabilizer, right? $75, $51. You can literally just go with this one. 36. I wouldn't use like so cheap stabilizers, but yeah, I would at least go for the ones for $50. I've got some, experience with this, and 51 is great. Um, yeah, what do we want to have next? Um, Microphone, or, or PC, right? Because you also need microphones, right? Yeah, very simple, very effective. I would go, if I'm being completely honest with you, the microphone I'm currently using is sorry, Rode, um, mini mic, yes. Let me just see. Yes, this one. I've been using this one for over a year, only $99, high quality, great stuff. Would recommend this to everyone who's just starting out. Now, for the analytics tools, I would just recommend you to use Instagram Insights and then Metricool or Layer, which basically lets you analyze trends and schedule posts, right? Then how to track trends. So follow hashtags like hashtag real trend alert or viral audio. That's the easiest way to do that. Also, make sure to use websites or newsletters that summarize weekly Instagram trends. And if I can recommend you one profile, I'll show you. I've shown this profile to you at the beginning of this course. The guy called Marketing Harry. I'm just gonna quickly show him to you. Yep, this guy right here called Marketing Harry. He's absolutely unbelievable. I would recommend him to anyone. He's absolute goat. He gives you absolutely amazing tips and tricks every single day. And if you're a beginner, you will learn so much just from his free content. Okay, so make sure you take the advantage of it because it's absolutely unbelievable stuff. Now, with that said, let me just give you some pro tips for long-term success. Right? So first of all, everybody talks about consistency, but it's just true, right? Set a regular posting schedule. For example, 3 to 5 reels per week. Keep your branding consistent with similar colors, fonts, and tones. Then the next thing you want to do is to engage with your audience, right? So what you want to do is you want to make sure that you respond to comments and thank followers for their support. What you also want to do is that you want to make sure that you create reels based on audience suggestions or feedback. Next up, make sure you stay flexible. Adapt quickly to new trends and most importantly, watch trends, right? Be in the center of what's happening. Makes educational, entertaining, and inspirational content to keep your audience engaged. Next up, use data to improve. Continuously analyze real performance and adjust strategies to that data. I'm, I'm saying this all the time. The best teacher and the best feedback is your audience and data. Not because that never lies, right? What you want to do is to drop poorly performing content and double down on successful ones. And also network actively, right? Collaborate with other creators to expand your reach and engage with trending creators' content to increase visibility in their audience so that you build relationships with them. All right, guys. So in this lesson, we have covered how to actually master Instagram Reels. And guys, if you can do that, you will absolutely rule the entire Instagram and your niche. The reason for that is because people just love videos, and we covered that already. Now, my biggest recommendation too is to go over the specific, analysis of the videos and the creators I made. Then write these tips down, and according to these tips, create your own reels. So, with that said, let's get right into work, and I cannot wait to talk to you soon. Right, what is up, everyone? Today we are going to cover the Instagram advertising basics. How to actually run Instagram ads from your computer through Meta Business Suite. Now, for those who are asking, why should I even run, Instagram ads from Facebook, essentially, I've got a very simple answer for you. First of all, Facebook and Instagram are connected because they're, under the same company, which is Meta. And the second thing is that through Meta Business Suite, which is originally like Facebook's advertising tool, it is way easier and way more like complex, and like you have got way more opportunity to actually, customize, target, and like make your ads better overall. So this is why you're going to do that. So, without further ado, let's get right into it. Now, first thing you're going to do, you're going to go to the Meta Business Suite. The only thing you need to do is essentially type in this URL right here, right? Now, as you can clearly see, here is my Facebook page, right? My Facebook business page, which actually isn't my Facebook business page, which is has got 2 followers. I pretty much just created it because of this course to showcase, how to actually set up everything from scratch. If you don't have Facebook page, it won't let you connect your Instagram. So this means simply create a Facebook business page at business.facebook.com. It will take you like 1 minute, right? Like you essentially just, upload photo, you create the name, and then you create the description, and that's pretty much it, right? So it's like 1 minute job. Find it like I'm pretty sure you can do it. If you can't, just find a tutorial on YouTube. It's very fast, super simple. Now, how to connect? Actually, we need to do another thing before we can even advertise through Facebook, and that is to connect our Instagram, right? So we go right here to connect Instagram, and we simply are going to connect our Instagram by logging into it. Very simple. You will allow for messages, click continue, and then just simply log in, right? So I'll be right back. Okay, as you can clearly see, this is in Czech, which is my native language, because I have my Instagram set up in Czech. However, this is very simple. It literally just tells you like to log in as your Instagram account username. So I'm gonna do that again. And then, as you clearly see, you can see that Instagram is connected. The Jake Writing Facebook page is now connected to the account, right? And now you can see we've done this successfully by simply, having this go to Instagram option on this page, right? Very, very simple. All right, so right now we are ready to rock and roll. And with that said, let's get right into it. So, the ads manager, we are going to go to the ads manager simply because that's the place you are managing your ads from. So, we're going to go right here, click on campaigns. And right here, what we're going to do, very simple, right? What we're going to do is we're going to click on create, right? Now, this is very important, right? What is going to be the objective of our campaign? And by the way, before I tell you, you really need to realize what is your goal, right? If you look at Facebook, right? Is it awareness? When it comes down to awareness, it basically means like more people are going to see you, right? More people are going to become aware of your account, of your posts, or whatever you're doing, right? Traffic. this is when you want to send people to a destination. So if you want, to increase visits on your profile, on your website. Now, when we're talking about Instagram, we obviously mean Instagram profile, then this one is great. Then engagement. That's pretty self-explanatory, right? Do you want more likes? Do you want more comments? Do you want more shares? This one is absolutely awesome. Now, if you have, right, an Instagram post or a bio on your Instagram that, like if you have like a lead form, right, where you want to, get leads from other people, such as contact information, then this one is one of the best options as well. Now, obviously, then we have app promotion, which I feel like is irrelevant because like unless you're promoting an app and like unless you're a developer, this doesn't simply, apply to you. And then we obviously got sales, right? So this is pretty simple. And for this particular reason, we are going to go to the traffic because we will want to get as many followers as possible, right? This is going to be our first goal, let's say. So we're going to click on traffic and click continue. Then obviously we're not going to go with recommended settings because we want to customize our campaign. So we're going to click continue. And right here, we are at the ad set level. Now, let me just make myself a little bit smaller. And here we go. So first of all, we are going to create our campaign name, right? This literally just doesn't matter, right? Whatever you want. The only thing is, it has to be, easy to understand for you, right? So let's say traffic campaign dash IG1, right? Very simple. Now for the categories, just simply skip it. Don't even look at it. That's irrelevant to us. Campaign objective, if you want to edit and like if you have different goal, then you can change it right here. But for now, we are going to leave it to traffic, right? Now, after that, we are going to click on next. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to name our ad set. What you want to do is that you want to name your ad set the same name as the original campaign and, give it a name of ad set. So IG profile traffic ad set one, right? Very simple. Now, conversion location, that's very important, right? We want to send people to Instagram, right? Because, or Facebook. Now, we are only going to select like our Instagram profile, but this is the first step to do that, right? Now, we are at the identity part of the ad set, and this one we are just, not gonna change because this is our, main Facebook page, which we are running our business from. And right here, this is very important, right? The destination, essentially where you want to send your traffic to. Make sure that you don't select your Facebook profile unless you want to divide, your visitors to your Facebook profile as well. So for that reason, like make sure you only select the Instagram profile, right? Because our main goal is to drive traffic to our profile. Now, if we scroll down, the daily budget is essentially how much we want to spend on this ad every single day. Now, the Facebook is going to, like divide the budget as efficiently as possible since it uses, advanced AI. So, like, you don't need to worry about that. You just need to, basically plan out how much you want to spend. And I, like, if I were you, I would literally just spend like $10 per day maximum. Like anywhere between $5 to $10 per day is ideal for your campaign. So that's the first thing. And as you can clearly see, 200 Czech crowns, which is my currency, is $10, right? Now, the start date and the end date, that's pretty self-explanatory. When you want this, campaign to start and when you want it to finish, right? Now, for testing reasons, I would recommend you to test it for at least 1 week. So we can, make it start today, then set an end date. And yes, 6th March 2025 is going to be an end date, which is going to be 1 week later, right? Now, budget scheduling, ad scheduling, don't care about that. And now the audience controls, and this is one of the most important, if not the most important topics of the entire ad setting. Now, if we look at this right here, let me just tell you this. So, before you want to run ads, you first of all want to know who you want to serve these ads to, right? And what I mean by this is very, very simple. So, if you really think about it, right? You can have the best Instagram profile in the world, let's say about football, right? But we will take an extreme approach, right? If you target people who are interested in cooking and makeup, you can literally, and I mean literally, you can have like 24/7 live cameras in Cristiano Ronaldo's house, and the content is still going to be irrelevant to those people, right? Why is that? Simply because they're not craving this type of content, right? They would rather see, a recipe for a burger, for example, right? So, with that said, this is why targeting people is the most important thing, especially targeting the right people. That's what I wanted to say is, the most important thing when it comes down to running ads. It doesn't matter if it's Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, whatever. You need to put your ads in front of people who are actually going to appreciate whatever you have, to like serve them. So we are going to do that right now. Now let's just see, right? So the age, right? You first wanna let me tell you this. What you want to do is you want to research your target audience with as much detail as humanly possible. And I'll tell you which things you need to know before you can proceed. But I'll just give you some small tips, and then what you're going to do is very simple. You're going to go to ChatGPT and you're just going to ask ChatGPT to give you as detailed information about your target audience that you're serving, and just ask it for certain characteristics that Facebook wants you to fill out, right? So first of all, the age. You obviously cannot, include 18 to 65. Like that's that's crazy, right? Like you have to find an age group, right? So if it's like, younger people, it could be anywhere from like 18 to 25, right? That's like relevant group, right? Now, gender. Let's just look. Let's just imagine we are promoting a football Instagram page, right? Because I want to give you a clear example. So, gender. Obviously, is going to be men. Age is going to be anywhere from 18 to 50. That's what I feel like is very relevant. And right here, we need to do something called detailed targeting. And this is basically finding these people, based on their interests, hobbies, income, basically trying to find as relevant people to the page you're promoting as possible. So let's just have a look. So we're going to click on browse, and here you can see three groups, right? Demographics, interests, and behaviors, right? So education, education level, fields of study, schools, undergrad years. Like you can literally, right? You can literally just, type in, in high school, specified, some college, professional. you basically want, right? You basically want to include as many specifics about that demographic as possible, right? Interests, right? So food and drink, right? You're gonna definitely do beer, um, beverages, energy drinks, and coffee, definitely, right? It's like um, sports and outdoors, sports. So that's gonna be, where do we have football? What is going on right here? Why does Facebook not have football? Um, So for some weird reason, um, it doesn't show us football. Let me just quickly search for this. Okay, so we finally found it. Like Facebook sometimes is just glitchy, so just you can just write it down. Whatever interest, whatever behavior, you can find it, right? And then football, football, Nike football, right? You see, and the more people you have, like the more demographics you have, the better, right? Because the more specific you are, and the easier it will be to find the relevant people that will actually like whatever you are promoting and putting in front of them. Which, by the way, also means that you will not waste your money, right? Because the more inaccurate you are with your advertising, the worse it gets with your budget spend. So I'm not gonna waste your time. You just simply want to include as many details as possible. Like just browse through these and like go through the behaviors. And what I would do if I were you, I'm gonna show you something very, very quickly. So right now we are in the ChatGPT, and what we basically want to do is like give it a very, very simple prompt, right? That will do all the research for you. So you just want to do what you want to do. You want to give it like a very, very detailed prompt. So let me just begin. I am running an Instagram page for football fans that updates and shares daily match results, um, behind this behind the scenes content and interviews with players. Can you please give me a detailed demographic I can then use while setting up my meta ads? Please be as specific as possible. Include everything. Characteristics, demographics, psychographics, hobbies, etc. Right? And look what it gives us. It's gonna be very, very quick and it's gonna be great. All right, so ChatGPT did this research for us in under, 2 minutes, basically. And look at this. This is absolutely awesome, right? And so, like, this just gives you all the demographics that you need to know. If you want them to be more specific, you just simply write, be more specific, right? Please be more specific. Uh, yeah, and it just gives you like hyper specific breakdown, right? So, and based on this information, you can simply set up your ads as, as clearly as humanly possible, which is very important. Like, I feel like this is like 50% of success is owed to good enough research, right? So let's go right into our ads. Right now, if you look at the right part of the ad set, you can clearly see that Facebook gives us the estimated audience size, and it also gives us estimated daily results when we put in $10 per day into our ads. So minimum 3.2K visits and 9,300 maximum, right? So this is great. The more obviously the more you put in, the more reach you get, right? So in this case, we're just gonna click on next. Now we are at the ad level, which basically means like we are literally just setting up the ad itself, how it's gonna look, it's gonna be like. So I think we need to do, just gonna click on ad preview. We're gonna turn it on. Um, and we're gonna change the name, IG traffic page number one. IG traffic page at number one, right? So that's very simple. Obviously, create ads. Now, right here, we can either select like single image or video, which is like usual ad, or carousel, which like carousel is like the multiple pictures that you can just, slide through. So it's completely up to you. And by the way, I'm going to be teaching you how to create good ads in this course. So don't worry about that. And for now, I'm just showing you like the technical setup, right? Okay, and now how to actually create the ad. It's right here in the ad creative part, right? So we're just gonna click on setup creative and you can clearly select if you want to create image ad or video ad. That's completely up to you. So let me just select image ad. Now right here, you're just gonna you're gonna select a primary text, which is gonna be the main text of the ad, right? So we are doing we are doing football updates for daily 27 behind the scenes football content. Click below, join for free, right? Something like this. Um, Now the next thing that we can do is to add the text option, right? Which could be like another option for primary text. I personally have never done it. I would personally not recommend this to you at all. I would keep this as simple as possible, right? Now for the description is basically like the text underneath the ad. So, something very punchy, daily, streams and interviews for free, something like that, right? Like I'm just making stuff up, right? Now the call to action is going to be very simple, right? The call to action is basically the action you want them to take, which obviously is going to be visiting the Instagram profile, right? Then we're going to go and click on next. Okay, so I've chosen just some random football pictures, so I'm going to click next. You want to make sure that you allow enhancements. And this is pretty much it, right? Now, what you want to do, right? If you see this, right, when you're uploading any kind of picture, you want to make sure that you're uploading, a royalty-free picture. Basically, you want to make sure that you have like rights to post this, right? It's like very, very simple, right? Like you don't want to be stealing somebody else's, picture. So for that case, what you want to do is that you want to, select something that actually you can use. And the best, website for this is called Pexels because Pexels has got free, royalty-free pictures, right? So let's just, football You see, this is for free. This is for free. This is for free, right? So yeah, that is pretty simple. And after we do this, we simply click on publish and the ad will start running, right? Now, let me tell you something more about advanced targeting of customers, which is very, very important because when we, let me just quickly close this one. Also, let me make myself bigger. So when we first, nail down the audience, meaning, we defined our target audience, then as you get more experience and as you get, more visits on your profile, this essentially means that you will need to, expand on your audience targeting, right? And you need to use more advanced techniques. And these two advanced techniques are called custom audiences and lookalike audiences, right? And with that said, let me first tell you what they are, right? So custom audiences, just imagine, you get traffic to your Instagram site, right? And on your Instagram site, you've got, traffic that has gone on your website, on your YouTube channel. You can even have an email list, basically different traffic than from Instagram, right? And you want to use this same traffic, these same people who were on your website, on your email list, to get them on your Instagram page, right? Now, this is exactly for what the custom audiences are created for, right? To, squeeze out as much as possible out of your current visitors and out of your current audience, right? So that's the first thing. And then the lookalike audience, that's another hack, right? So imagine you've already created your custom audience and you've got some success with it, right? However, the problem is there's not too much of them. So what do? You want to find more of the same people as, these, custom audiences are, right? And for this case, there we have lookalike audiences. The lookalike audience of the lookalike audience feature of Facebook is essentially created because, you can get more of the same customers, more of the custom audience, like lookalike audience that you already got so that you can double down on your success, right? You basically get more of what already works with lookalike audiences, right? Basically, lookalike audiences let you find more of the same people that are already proven to work when it comes down to visiting your website. So, with that said, let's get right into this. So, what you want to do, we are in our account in our Meta Business Suite. And what we're going to do is simply this. So, we are going to go to all tools and then we are going to go to audiences, right? Now, keep in mind that we have to have some source of, audience already. Like you cannot do this when you're a beginner, right? So let's just imagine we've got an email list, right? We've got an email list of like 200 people and we want to send them to our Instagram page, right? So what we're going to do is that we're going to click on create audience and custom audience. And then, right, we can select sources, right? We can select website, which is pretty much very simple, right? Or we can select customer list, right? Which we are going to do right now. Or we can do, video, shopping, Facebook page, Instagram account. But like for this case, if it's, if we are looking to send more people to Instagram account, then it doesn't make sense to retarget the same people, right? So we're going to click on customer list and we have two options. If you have a MailChimp, which is an email software, you can literally just import your email list from MailChimp in here, or you can, which is absolutely unbelievable, download a template from, Facebook, and then you simply type in or copy and paste, your customers' credentials, such as name, phone number, interests, whatever, right? So the next thing that we're gonna do, just quickly move myself in there, is we're gonna click on next. Now this is very simple. After you click next, you're simply going to choose a file on your device, which should be like a sheet, Google Sheet or like sheet from Microsoft Excel, and you simply upload it, click next, upload, confirm, and that is pretty much it. Like this is the easiest job in the world, right? Okay, and right now we are going to create our lookalike audience, and it's going to be very simple. We're going to click on create lookalike audience. We are going to select the source, which is going to be the same as I talked about because we need more of the same. But first of all, we need the same, right? Then create new source, which is going to be our custom audience, customer list, click next. We will upload. I just got like a random customer list from ChatGPT just to show you. We're gonna click on next. And after that, we're gonna click import and create. Now, next thing we wanna do is to create a lookalike audience, right? So, how does this all work? So, the lookalike audience essentially works on two complete opposite principles, right? First of all, you can have 1% lookalike audience, which is going to be as accurate as humanly possible to the custom audience you just uploaded, but it's not going to be as large, right? And on the other hand, then you're gonna have 10% lookalike audience, and this is gonna be like the biggest, audience, the biggest lookalike audience as humanly possible. But unfortunately, it's not gonna be as accurate as the 1% lookalike audience, right? So in this case, you want to, it's like an alchemy, right? Like you want to keep you want to get to the sweet spot where it's specific enough but also large enough, right? And for these reasons you want to go anywhere between 5% to 2%, and again it's all dependent on the testing, right? So for this case we're just simply going to go with 3%, and we also have to select the region, right? So the countries, we're gonna go for Europe. Just select Germany, as there is a lot of football fans, right? And then this is pretty much it. We can also let me just yeah, this is pretty much fine. So we just select the country, and then we can click on create audience, and this is pretty much that, right? It is very simple, very useful, and you can use this type of audience whenever you want when you are deeper and deeper into Facebook advertising. Right now, as we've gone through more advanced stuff, let me show you two more things that you need to know when you're doing your Instagram ads, right? So basically what you want to do, right? Imagine this. How do you actually, we've covered custom audience, we covered lookalike audience, right? But how do you actually know who visited your website, for example? Like, think about it. Do you have any tracking set up? Like, I personally don't know about anything, right? And so, in order, like, you already know how to create lookalike audience from, the existing audience that that works. But how do you actually know who visited your website? Well, this is for what the Facebook pixel is for. And Facebook Pixel is basically like a small code that allows you to, track visitors on your website. So let me just quickly show you how to set it up. It's extremely easy. So again, we are in our Meta Business Suite. We are going to go to All Tools, into Events Manager. Then we're going to click on Connect Data. We obviously want to track web visits. So we're going to click on next. then create new data set. So, you know, website visitors tracking dash one, right? Very, very simple. Let me just create it. Now we have three options, but I would recommend you to use any of these two. Either set up with partner integration or set up manually. So let's go over the first one, setting up with partner integration. So you can do this where if if your website on if you have website on Shopify, WordPress, Wix, or if you have Zapier, whatever, right? GoDaddy, any of these platforms, right? So since majority of people use WordPress for their websites because it's essentially free, we're gonna click on this. Just click on next. And then what's gonna happen? This is literally just going to give you a tutorial on how to do it, right? So all you do, right, is essentially just click next, 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 and it gives you literally just gives you like a step by step tutorial, right? And right here in this third, tab, which is called the verify connection, to verify whether the pixel is working correctly, you simply send test traffic to your website, and in that way, Facebook tests whether your ads, whether the pixel actually works. So that's the first way. Now the second way, sweet, is the manual setup, and this is also very very simple, by the way. Here we are going to click on Metapixel, right? And then what we are going to do is very simple, right? You're just simply going to follow the tutorial that Facebook gives you, right? You're going to copy this code and then you are going to copy the code into the bottom of the header section of your website. This is pretty much that, right? All of that. Facebook gives you step-by-step tutorial. Just follow it. It's very, very simple, right? And in this way, you get the data, right? Now, let's quickly talk about the last thing we're going to cover in this lesson, which is retargeting. And retargeting, like I've said, is just sending the same people that have already interacted with your business in some way, shape, or form, whether it is giving you their lead information, phone number, them purchasing from you, them visiting your website, then visiting your Instagram profile, stuff like this. And then what you want to do, because let's just imagine you've got people on your website, right? And like they're checking your website every single day, and you've got like 10,000 website visits every single day. Now, wouldn't you think it's a great idea to put, this ad, your ad or whatever ad you're promoting in front of these people rather than in front of just some random strangers? And because this, makes the advertising way more efficient, right? Because you have, I'm not saying you have guarantee, but like you have some kind of certainty that at some level these people like you. And when people like you, they're obviously more likely to take whatever action you want them to take. So the way you retarget them is like the simplest thing, right? We're just simply going to create custom audience based on the traffic that you gathered within your Facebook pixel, right? So we're just going to click all tools, all audiences, and we're going to do it the same way. Basically, when we were creating our custom audiences first, we were retargeting, our email subscribers, right? It was like it was the customer list. Now, what we will be doing is the same thing, but with website, right? So just create audience, custom audience. Your sources is going to be website. And right here, you can simply select the source, which is going to be the Facebook pixel number one, then the events, right? So all website visitors, visitors by time spent, people who visited specific web pages, you can just, select based on your preference, and audience retention, which means, let me explain this to you. It's basically like how many days you want Facebook to keep the audience that meets the criteria, on the website visit. How long do you want them to keep them in your list, right? If I were you, I would personally just keep it on 30 days, right? Very simple. Right here, you're just gonna click audience name. So, website main dash retargeting dash one. Boom. And you're just gonna go and click create audience. And then again, you can use that whenever you're going to be creating your ads. Okay? Now, before I finish this lesson, I'll show you one more tip, right? Which is going to be about A/B testing. And what the A/B testing basically means is testing two variations of, the same ad, same post, same video, same whatever, with small changes within certain variables. So, very simple idea would just be a same video with a different hook, with a different beginning, or an ad with a different headline. But other than that, the picture is going to be the same. Or like two literally like same ads but with a different picture, and then what you do, you basically put them against each other, and you just track which one performs the better, and the one that performs better you obviously keep, the one that doesn't you remove. And let me show you how to do that very quickly. So let's just quickly go into the ads manager. Let's just go to campaigns. And the way to do that is very simple. So you just create campaign, you select whatever objective you want to select. Let's just say, we want to sell something or we want the traffic again, right? So we're going to go over here, manual traffic campaign as always. And then when we are at the campaign level, we are going to scroll all the way down and just click create A/B test. Now, if you can see here, you've got four options to select from what you want to test, right? So you can either test the creative, which is, the image, text, or both at the same time. Then the audience, which, audience works the best. Placement, which is like the most effective places to show your ads, which like Facebook, changes them. Or, you can customize that. And then you can also um, customize the duration. If I were you, I would honestly test it for at least a week. And then if you can see right here, what do you want to use to find a winner is basically what is like the variable that defines the winner, right? Is it amount of sales, amount of leads, click-through rate, like what is it, right? So this is pretty much it. This is how you do it. All right, guys. So in this lesson, we have covered everything when it comes down to paid Instagram advertising. Now, I'm not going to be recapping, all the content and all the information we've gone through in this lesson. However, the thing I am going to, talk about is that definitely do not go over this lesson only, one time. Go through this entire lesson multiple times because there is just so many small details and so many small nuances that you simply don't want to miss out on them. So, with that being said, make sure you study consistently, make sure you study repeatedly, and that is pretty much it. And I cannot wait to talk to you guys. So, talk to you soon. All right, guys. So after going through a really, really juicy lesson, which was the previous one, right now we are going to go through some theory on how to actually build engagement and community within your Instagram profile. So here's what we're going to cover today. So first of all, we're going to cover strategies to increase likes, comments, and shares. Then we're going to cover how to respond to comments and DMs to build relationships. Then we are going to cover something about how to actually host Instagram Lives for real-time engagement. And last but not least, we are going to talk about how to use contests and giveaways to boost interaction. Now, warning as always, if you've came this far, this is the most important video in the entire course. So please watch the entire video. Don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip as always, if you want to save yourself some time, watch the video in double speed. So, strategies to increase likes, comments, and shares on Instagram. So, how to actually increase engagement on Instagram? So, first of all, create content that grabs attention. Use bright, clear images or videos. Blurry pictures won't cut it. Make sure your posts are well lit and colorful to grab attention as users scroll. Post things your audience cares about. We've already talked about this, right? Write captions that start conversations. If you don't know how to actually write good captions, go to the sixth lesson of this course where I covered how to write captions. Also, use before and after posts because if you show real results, people are going to start trusting more, which obviously is going to increase the engagement. And experiment with reels. A/B test them and use different variations and see which one performs the best. And obviously, as you can clearly see, Instagram just became a video platform because people love videos more than photos. Now, next thing you should do is to post when your audience is online, right? Go to our insights to see your followers and when they're most active. It will show you, and based on that, post when they're most active, right? And then obviously post at those times. Then, if this doesn't help, right, or if you want to experiment more and see like if there's bigger potential, if something works better, experiment with different days, right? Because weekends and work days could be very different. So experiment with that. And also make sure to plan ahead to stay ahead of your competition because preparation is the best way to become successful. Now, next up is to use hashtags that work, right? Make sure that whatever hashtags you're using, they're relevant, right? And I'm talking about niche relevant hashtags as well as broad hashtags, right? Keep a list ready, right? Make sure to save your best performing hashtags in a node so you can reuse them all over again. Mix big and small hashtags. I've talked about it right now, right? Use niche specific hashtags and then also use broader hashtags, right? Which, niche specific are small ones, big ones are, the big ones. Also, make sure you don't overdo it. Stick to about 10 to 15 hashtags per post. Too many can look messy. And also make sure you hide hashtags in comments, right? Post them in the first comment to keep your caption clean. Now, the next way you can do it is by getting involved with other accounts. So comment on similar businesses, right? Leave helpful, genuine comments on posts by businesses like yours. If I were you, I would spend at least 30 minutes per day just commenting and not using AI, just using your brain and your human connection because people can smell that miles away if you're being real or if whatever you're doing is an act. So this is why I would just, sit in front of your phone and just comment on interesting stuff. Also, when you're commenting, make sure you comment to micro influencers, right? Because if there are people with like 20,000 followers, there's high probability they will respond. If you respond to Alex Ramosi with 3 million followers, I'm not sure if this is going to work out, right? Yeah, follow local influencers. This is what we already covered, and tag people in your posts, right? If you're featuring a customer or a partner, tag them to increase visibility. And also share other people's content. And this, by the way, ties back to what I've said about the micro influencers. Because if there's someone just slightly bigger than you, which you could be like 1,000 followers, this guy or girl could be 10,000, then you're going to build relationships. They're going to thank you. You're going to start a conversation and, it's just going to go back and forth, right? And be active every single day. Now, how to actually respond to comments and DMs to build relationships. So, always reply quickly. This is kind of hard, but if I were you, Reserve at least 2 spots per day to just replying, right? Also, what you want to make sure is to respond to every single comment. Then answer questions with patience and with detail and like you actually care. Don't just have templates, right? Or if you want to use templates, here's the thing, right? You can be smart with templates, right? Like you can set up templates in a way that look like you actually haven't, like it actually isn't a template, right? And the way you do that is like you will look at your comments and there will be certain scenarios that are repeating over again, right? These could be like 10 scenarios, like when people are impressed by whatever you're saying, then people saying, oh, this is right, this resonated so much with me, or oh, you helped me so much. And then for each one of these, specific situations, you can create a comment that's actually, that actually is a real answer, and then you can just copy and paste it so that you don't waste time. And next thing, you want to make sure that you use their name. Things that are just, more personalized are just proven to work better, right? And stay positive, right? Because even if someone's negative, keep your tone professional. That's very important. You can be angry, and you can say this to your friend or to your partner or whatever. Like you can let the steam off, but don't release the steam on your professional business page. Say it to your friends or to your close ones, but not on your professional Instagram. Next up, make it personal, right? Now, like I've said, you don't want to sound generic or like a robot, but if you create smart templates, I've told you, then, it can work. Also, you want to ask follow-up questions, right? Because if you ask follow-up questions, these people look like, oh, this guy or girl actually cares. Be friendly and not pushy. That's important. Like, don't expect anything in return. That's what I would do. Because if your service, product, or whatever is good enough, people will start asking for more. You don't want to be pushing them, right? Also, if you send voice messages in DMs, it feels very personal. I sometimes do it. You should try that too. And that is pretty much that. Now, if you receive any criticism, make sure you handle it professionally, right? Make sure you stay calm. Make sure that you acknowledge the issue. Don't, hide behind the curtain and say you're the best, right? And apologize if necessary. Like, never ever bring emotions to the business. Like, never. Eh, I know you sometimes want to, release the steam because a lot of things are happening. I get it. We're humans. Step out of your computer for a moment, take a deep breath, and then carry on and write the professional answer. Also, if you really make a big mistake, just simply offer solutions, right? Um, like if you really like make some stupid mistake, just like acknowledge it and be like, "Hey, I messed up, but I'm willing, to solve this for you or whatever," right? And then make sure that you follow up after resolving the problem to ensure everything is all right. Then the next thing that you want to do is to use DMs to build loyalty, right? Send quick thank yous, message followers who frequently like or comment on your post. And on this, you can create simple and easy templates. Offer special perks, share a discount code, or invite loyal followers to exclusive events. Respond to stories. If someone tags you in a story, reply with a message or emoji reaction. Also, what you want to do is that you want to ask for feedback. So use DMs to ask what they'd like to see more of from your account. And be helpful, right? Answer questions in DMs thoroughly, even if it's not directly about your product. Now, how to host Instagram lives for real time engagement. So, first of all, what you want to do is to plan ahead, right? What you want to do is to pick a specific topic. You want to talk about something your audience really wants to know. And again, this comes down to the research I told you to do at the beginning. Also, make sure you announce it early enough. Like you don't want to be announcing it 10 minutes before, right? I feel like 2 days ahead is enough. Set up your space. Choose a quiet, well-lit spot with minimal distractions, right? Like you don't want to have your dog and like kids, running around and like shouting and like, you're fat, like, or be somewhere, in the garden on some family gathering or whatever. Like, just, yeah, it's doesn't make sense, right? Also, make sure that you have a backup plan, right? Because if you say stuff, like earlier, basically, then you know, if they like, if your viewers don't have many questions, then you don't want to look like you froze and don't know what you're talking about. So don't do that. And practice first. You can essentially just run you can run a recording of yourself on Zoom, which by the way is free for the first 40 minutes, or on Instagram Live or whatever. Not on the Instagram Live, but like you can get, Zoom or Google Meet and record the meeting and see how you actually perform. It's very, I feel like if you, turned on this record button, you are gonna get nervous. And that's good because you're definitely gonna be nervous when it comes down to IG Live. So what you wanna do is like you wanna make sure that you're not nervous first in front of your audience, right? You want to make sure you're nervous first when you're doing it by yourself, and then as you do it more and more, you'll get used to it, and it'll be more natural in front of your audience. Next up, keep viewers engaged. So start with a warm welcome, right? Just greet viewers and like set up a high level energy, right? Don't be boring, don't be sleepy, like just display high level energy. Next up, you want to do is to ask questions during your live, right? And use polls and questions, and also make sure that you read comments and respond to them. And then, obviously, what you want to do, you want to also use it as a promotion to whatever you're doing, right? Whether it's to getting more leads, website visits, um, following your account, purchasing product, getting discount, whatever. You want to mention that because like you've got people who trust you, and then if you do a good job during the live stream, they will trust you even more. And then what you can also do, you can invite a co-host, right? You can partner with another business or influencer to attract their audience. And like I've said, you can collaborate with micro influencers, right? Like you don't have to like message Logan Paul, right? Because like unless your account with 100 million followers, this is never going to happen, right? Then what you also can do, you can offer a price. And if you've got a team and if you're not a freelancer, you can introduce your staff or collaborators to make your brand feel more like it's actually like relatable, more human-like, right? And then host a live Q&A. Let your audience ask anything and answer honestly. And then promote each other, right? Encourage the co-host to share their life with their followers too, which, by the way, they're most probably going to do if they're going to do live with you, right? And last but not least, just make sure you make it fun. Like, just don't be boring, right? Like, yeah, just don't be boring. Think of your own personal ways that you can use to like use your character, use some jokes, break the ice, act like you. Don't try to be, this figure that just, stays in front of camera and is like in school. Don't do that. And you can do that the best by telling stories, for example. That's one of the greatest ways to break the ice. All right. Using contests and giveaways to boost interaction. So, how to do that? First of all, set a clear goal. Decide a purpose. Do you want more followers, comments, or user generated content? Make this clear. Also, next thing you want to do, you want to align with your business, right? Because, for example, a gym could give away a free 1 month membership. Like, make it relevant to your audience. Give them, make the giveaway about something they actually want, right? Like, don't offer software enthusiasts like protein powder, right? But like, I'm 100% sure you guys know that I'm just, telling this from my experience because when I saw some people giving irrelevant stuff away, and it could even be related to your niche, but like if if people already seen this hundreds of times before, they're just not gonna care. So like this is where you also got to do your research, right? Don't give them the same ebook everybody does. Like you need to level up, right? If you look at Alex Hormozy, he gives away like 40 hours of courses, right? And this is why he's so popular. Next up, target your ideal audience. We already talked about this. Last but not least, keep it simple, right? That's like just tell them what to do. Like this if you want XYZ. Comment if you want XYZ. Comment if you have question. Like don't try to be smart. Be clear, right? Now, next up, what you want to do is to create a detailed plan, right? So write clear rules, right? Post how to enter, who can enter, and what the price is. When doing that, like I've said, be clear as humanly be as clear as humanly possible, right? Next up, use eye-catching visuals, and you can do this through Canva. Then, what you can also do if you have a Facebook page, TikTok, then you can use that to promote on multiple platforms, right? And then what you want to do is to include a branded hashtag, right? Because this helps you track entries easily. Then test your process. Testing is, the mother of success, I would say. So you just want to test, like you never know what's going to perform great. So use different formats of giveaways and contests, right? And also make sure all steps for entering actually work. That's like important, right? Next thing that you want to do, you want to ask for tags. Require participants to tag a friend to spread the word. Offer bonus entries. So for example, if they share the post with their two friends or whatever, they get two extra entries, right? Or whatever. Collaborate with partners, right? Work with another business to reach a larger audience. Promote daily. Post reminders and updates to keep the contest top of mind. Engage with participants. Like and comment on entries to show you're paying attention. And then announce the winner professionally. First of all, be transparent. So use a random name picker or explain your selection process, right? You always want to be transparent. Then tag the winner. Announce them in a post or story and then celebrate publicly, right? Share a photo of the winner with their prize if they're okay with it. And you want to make sure you always ask them first. And then deliver the prize quickly because the faster they receive it, the better the impression is. And then last but not least, thank everyone, right? Post a follow up thanking all participants and teasing your next giveaway. All right. Next up, evaluate and improve. So first of all, check your result. Did your follower count, likes, or comments increase? And analyze your success. Then ask for feedback. Find out what participants liked or didn't like about the contest. You can do that through stories and through polls. Then you can refine your strategy. So use lessons learned to make your next giveaway even better. Then based on these data, you can plan your next giveaway, right? Use momentum from this contest to build excitement for the next one. Then keep your audience excited. Let them know giveaways are a regular part of following your account. All right, guys. So in this lesson, we have covered how to actually build an engagement and community properly through your Instagram so that, people start trusting you and you just don't get lost amongst, all the remaining noise and all the, remaining filler content. We have covered how to do that through live streams, how to do that, through engagement, how to actually engage properly with your audience, and last but not least, we have covered, how like the entire strategy and the entire mindset behind all of this, because I feel this is like the most important thing. So with that being said, let's get right into it, guys, and I cannot wait to go into the next lesson. So talk to you soon. All right, analytics and performance tracking. So this lesson is pretty self-explanatory, so let's get right into it and let me show you what we are going to cover today. So first of all, we are going to cover what are the Instagram insights. Then we are going to cover key performance metrics to monitor, such as reach, engagement rate, and stuff like that. Then we are going to cover tools for tracking growth and campaign success. And then we are going to cover how to use analytics to actually adapt your strategy for best results. So, as always, if you've came this far, this is the most important video in the entire course. So please watch the entire video. Don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip, as always, if you want to save yourself some time, watch the video in double speed. So, understanding Instagram insights. So, what are even Instagram insights, right? So, Instagram insights is a built in analytics tool that provides valuable data about your audience and how your content performs. Now, to access it, I'll quickly show you how to do that. So, let me show you. So we are in our Instagram homepage, and what we're going to do, we are going to go to dashboard right here. And if you're on your phone, you can simply just click on more, and then you'll see dashboard. And then right here, what we have are the insights. This is what we're going to cover, right? So first type of insights are about our account. And if you can clearly see that, you can, set up which kind of insights, which timeline do you want to see? Like, do you want to see the last 7 days, 14 days, 30 days, or last 3 months? Now, okay, so the first one we see are the views, and this is the total amount of views and how many times was the content viewed, right, in the last 30 days. So you can see 16 views, and then you can see which type of content this was, right? And if you can clearly look at this, it was majority of times were my posts, not my reels, right? Then the interactions, how many people you interacted with, such as DMs, shares, responses to comments and stuff like that. And then we have profile visits, right, for the past 30 days. So you can see 26 profile visits, and then how many of total followers we have, which is 160 followers. And then right here we can see the most active times, which if you look at this statistic, you can see that it's anywhere between 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., right? Now, the second part of the insights is the content, right? And obviously, because I haven't uploaded, because I'm not as much, active on social media nowadays, I haven't uploaded any content. We don't have any insights, but you can clearly see that, right? Here you can see all the insights of, your content. And by the way, we're going to cover them in the next slide. So let's get right into it. So here are the key performance metrics to measure when it comes down to content. So first of all, it's the reach. So what it is the total number of unique users who saw your content. Now, why it matters? It matters because high reach indicates good visibility and the potential for audience growth. Now, how to actually increase your reach? Experiment with trending content formats like Reels or carousel posts to boost reach, because carousels and Reels increase the time spent on the platform, which obviously is the most important thing that Instagram wants. Then next up we have impressions. So what it is the total number of times your content was displayed, including repeat views. Now, why it matters? High impressions but low engagement might indicate a need to improve your call to action or content quality. Now, let me give you an actionable tip. Compare impressions and reach. If impressions are much higher, it means your audience is reviewing content, which is positive. Now, when it comes down to engagement rate, it's the percentage of users who interacted with your content, such as likes, comments, saves, and shares, relative to your reach. Now, formula: engagement rate equals engagement slash reach x 100. Why it matters? Because it indicates how well your content resonates with your audience. An actionable tip: aim for a minimum engagement rate of 1 to 3%. Now, next key performance metric to monitor is follower growth. So, first of all, what it even is, right? It is the net increase or decrease in your followers over time. Now, why it matters? Because it simply tracks audience interest in your brand. An actionable tip: use giveaways, collaborations, and engaging captions to encourage following. Now, next up are the content interactions. So, what it is? These are the total actions such as likes, comments, saves, and shares. Why it matters? It indicates content's ability to drive engagement. An actionable tip: save heavy content like tips or infographics can increase this metric, right? Because the more value you give, the better, the bigger probability there is they will save that for later. Next one: website clicks and profile actions. So, what is it? It's the number of users clicking links in your bio or taking actions like calling or emailing. Why it matters? It reflects the success of your call to actions. Now, an actionable tip: regularly update your bio link with campaign specific links. Next up, story metrics such as replies, exits, and taps. So, what is it? It measures how viewers interact with your stories. Replies obviously show direct engagement. Exits, they indicate disinterest. And taps, back or forward, reflect pacing and viewer interest. Now, why it matters? Because it helps refine story and content pacing. Now, actionable tip: use polls, questions, and sliders to boost interaction. Now, let me just quickly give you some tools for tracking growth and campaign success. So, in addition to Instagram Insights, use these tools to simplify tracking. First of all, use Meta Business Suite because, like I've said before, it offers deeper insights and allows cross-platform tracking, which gives you, access to both Instagram and Facebook. How to use it: connect your account at business.facebook.com, which we already did. Next up, Creator Studio, which, by the way, is already part of the Meta Business Suite. So if we click on this link, we are going to be taken to the Meta Business Suite. And also third-party tools such as Hootsuite or Buffer, which are great for content scheduling and monitoring engagement trends. Later, which helps track hashtags and content performance over time, and Sprout Social, which gives you advanced reporting and campaign analytics once you've, gone past the beginner's stage. And pro tip: most tools offer free trials, so test them to find the one that suits your needs. Now, what to do with the data? First of all, you should optimize posting schedule, right? Post when your audience is most active. Check insights and your audience. This is what we already did. And now experiment with it, right? Test different formats, captions, and hashtags to see what works best. Set smart goals. Track progress towards being specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound, right? Pivot strategy: if something doesn't work, analyze why and try a different approach. So, for example, more stories, fewer posts. And how to boost your conversions using analytics. So, first of all, track link clicks. Check your website clicks metric in Instagram Insights. Analyze which posts or stories are driving the most clicks or traffic to your website. Use this data to create more of what's working, or in other words, just doubling down on what works, right? Next up, optimize bio links. Use tools like Linktree or Bio.fm to track clicks on multiple links at the same time. Test different call to actions. So for example, click here for free tips or shop now, right? Regularly update your bio to reflect new offers or promotions. Then you can also do that via using UTM parameters. So attach UTM codes to your bio and swipe up links to track Instagram traffic in Google Analytics. This is like one of the other ways, right? If I were you, I would for beginning, I would just use Meta Business Suite because I feel like that's like you get all that you need, right? In it. Also, make sure that you check which campaigns bring conversions, not just traffic, because the thing that makes you money are conversion, not visits, not followers, not likes, not shares, right? Focus, add dollars on what's converting the best. Then track shopping metrics, right? If you use Instagram Shopping, monitor product clicks, save, and purchases. Look for products that get views but no buys. Maybe the pricing or description needs fixing, or maybe you're just not ready, to sell yet because you first of all have to create and build trust with your audience before they can buy with you. You can't just be like random profile and just sell stuff, right? Use these insights to fine tune your product catalog. Next thing you can do, we already covered this, run A B tests, right? This is what we already covered. Now, how to get more leads using analytics. So, first of all, monitor DM activity. Track how many DMs you receive from CTA posts specifically or stories. Look at the tone of the messages. Are people asking questions or are they ready to buy? That's very important because they are at the different stage of their customer journey, right? If they're asking questions, they're not, warm enough yet, right? Like you need to warm them up more to get them ready to buy. Then use this feedback to refine your lead magnet, right? Something you give away for free because like I've said, your audience is the best feedback tool ever, right? That's pretty much that. Then what you can also do is you can leverage Instagram forms, right? So if you're running ads, use the lead generation form option. And this basically means like if you're running, lead gen ads, you're essentially just getting, lead contact information straight via Facebook advertising, which is great. And then just basically like optimize these ads based on drop-off rates, right? Simplify the form or tweak the incentive. Like make it either make it like simpler because usually the main reason why ads don't perform well is because they're too complicated, too like text heavy, or the incentive, aka the reason to act, is not compelling enough, right? Also, engage with polls and questions. Use stories features like polls, quizzes, or question boxes. Check response rates to gauge interest in your product or service. Follow up on responses by starting a DM conversation to nurture leads. Also, measure hashtag success, right? Check reach metrics from hashtags used in your posts. Focus on hashtags that bring profile visits, not just likes. Replace non-performing hashtags with niche-specific ones. Next up, create lead magnets based on data. Analyze what posts or stories get the most saves. These indicate valuable content, right? Turn popular content into a lead magnet. So, for example, a free guide, right? Promote it with a clear call to action and track how many leads it generates. Now, how to actually increase your reach using analytics. Track reach metrics, right? Open insights and focus on the reach and impressions metrics. Identify content that performs well outside your follower base. Use this data to prioritize formats and topics that expand your audience. Also, and we talked about this before as well, Analyze peak engagement times, right? Check Instagram's audience section to find when your followers are most active. Post during these peak hours for better reach and interaction. Use scheduling tools like Later or Buffer to stay consistent. And then boost viral potential, right? Because if you use Reels, they have the highest chance of just make you go viral. We already covered this. Check the lesson number 6. And based on that, use analytics to track which reels generate the most shares, like comments and views. And based on that, double down on what works, right? Now, here is the overview of analytics. So, first of all, set clear goals, right? Decide on specific trackable goals. So, for example, increase website clicks by 20% in 30 days. Use Insight to monitor progress weekly. That's very important. Every single week, you want to make sure that you analyze everything. Then, create monthly analytics reports. Export Instagram data into a simple spreadsheet. Include key metrics like follower growth, engagement rate, reach, and clicks. Compare month over month to identify trends. Then, what you want to do every single week is to refine content strategy, right? Because based on your weekly reports, you should then decide what to create more of and what to stop focusing on. Then, what you should do next is to eliminate low performing content formats or topics. And then you should also consider using third-party tools. Try tools like Metricool or Hootsuite for deeper analytics. Track competitor performance and identify gaps in your strategy. And last but not least, test and learn. Treat your Instagram account like a lab. Test new ideas, formats, and strategies regularly, and essentially use analytics to decide what to post, not your emotions, right? The data are the best teacher. All right, guys. So in this lesson, we have covered analytics and performance tracking when it comes down to Instagram, how to understand, Instagram insights, and most importantly, how to utilize them in order to make as much money as humanly possible. We have also covered the most important key performance, metrics, key performance indicators. I also shown you some tools that you can use, and last but not least, I have shown you how to use analytics to refine your Instagram marketing strategy. So, with that being said, let's get right into it, guys. And I cannot wait to go into the next lesson. See you guys soon. Right. So, Instagram latest trends and updates, which, by the way, is the last lesson of this Instagram marketing course. And we're just going to go over some extra additional tips that can help you to grow your brand on the Instagram and what you definitely need to be on lookout for. So, as always, here's what we're going to cover. First of all, we're going to cover how to stay updated with Instagram's latest features, ethical marketing practices on Instagram, how to actually, just do everything ethically, because I feel like a lot of people nowadays are just for the profit and for nothing else. And when you're building brands, you want to make sure you stay as much, away from it as possible. That's just how I am. And examples of successful marketing campaigns from the past. So, warning, this is the most important video in the entire course if you've came this far. So please watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip, as always, if you want to save yourself some time, watch the video in double speed. So, staying updated with Instagram's latest features. So, practical steps. First of all, learn from Instagram's guides, right? Look for tutorials and tips on how to use the new tools. And Instagram has got a lot of them, right? I feel like people underestimate the basic things and they just look for the shiny object syndrome. And when Instagram gives you like simple tool, just use it, have a look at it. They Look, they want you to be on this platform as much as possible. This is why they're going to give you great, tutorials. Now test them out, right? Start small by trying features with a limited audience to see how they work. Like I've said, testing is key to everything. You're not going to nail down everything perfectly on a first try. Next up, track results. Use Instagram Insights to see how your content performs with the new features. And then ask for feedback, right? See what your followers think about the changes you've made, which, by the way, you can use polls and questions and stickers for that. And then, as usual, tweak as needed, right? Use the feedback and data to make your approach even better. Now, let me just show you some tools to help you keep up. So first of all, apps like Layer or Hootsuite. They often share updates about Instagram's new features. Tech news websites. Places like TechCrunch talk about Instagram updates as they happen. Social media podcasts. Shows like Social Media Marketing Talk Show cover the latest trends. Newsletters. Subscribe to ones like Social Media Examiner for easy to read updates. And YouTube tutorials. Many creators post videos explaining how to use Instagram's newest tools. That's what I would do if I were you, right? Now, let's just quickly go over some ethical marketing practices on Instagram because I feel like if you're going to really be ethical and really true about whatever you're doing, and if you're going to market on Instagram the same way you would like others to market too, then I feel like you're just going to be unstoppable because like you see all these guys in Dubai and like faking being successful. I feel like internet is just overloaded with them, and like the more ethical and the more real you are, the better. Okay, so ethical marketing practices on Instagram. So first of all, what ethical marketing means? It means being honest, right? Use hashtags like ad or sponsored to clearly show when a post is paid for. Keep it real. Don't over edit photos or make claims you can't back up. That's very important. Ask permission. Always get approval before posting someone else's content. Include everyone. Show diverse people and ideas in your posts. Stick to the facts. Don't use clickbaits or stretching the truth about what your product can do. Simply be honest. Like, I feel like coming into 2025, this is the best strategy for, Instagram. So, yeah. Now, do's and don'ts for ethical content. So, first of all, do give credit for whoever, are sharing. Tag the creator when sharing someone else's photo or video. Don't fake it. Don't heavily edit images to mislead people about your product, lifestyle, or results. That's a big one. A lot of people nowadays are posting fake testimonials. And I feel like as people are exposed to more and more shady content, they are getting better at recognizing what's good and what's bad. So if you like if you want to build a good long lasting brand, I feel like you have no other option but to be real. Like no other option, especially today as it's so competitive, right? Also, make sure you share value. Post things that help entertain or teach your audience. Do not overpost. Avoid annoying your followers with too much content or ads. With this, we're talking about 6 posts a day, like post of 3 times per day maximum, right? Also, make sure that you're polite. Respond to comments and messages with kindness and professionalism. And if somebody challenges you, just don't act like you haven't like you didn't hear it, right? Like oftentimes people give these, gurus, and we all know who we're talking about, um, tough questions to challenge them, and instead, like actually answering the question, they are kind of like defensively aggressive, if you know what I mean, right? Like they throw themselves into in a role of victims, and I see this happening all the time. And like when you do this, it's just terrible thing. It's just a terrible thing, right? So yeah, that is because like you lose trust. They give you challenge, and by you not answering it, you literally just show that like what they're saying is true. Because if whatever they said wasn't true, like they would have had a clear defense, right? Now, there are some tools for staying ethical, right? So, first of all, check your brand reputation. Tools like Brandwatch can show how people feel about your posts. Review your captions. Grammarly helps you avoid any unintended issues in your captions. Approve before posting. Use tools like Trello to have your team check posts before they're being posted. Also, make sure to think about diversity. Canva Pro has templates that promote inclusivity. And also, make sure that you stay compliant. Platforms like AdEspresso can make sure your ads follow Instagram's rules. This is very important. Now, with that said, let me just quickly go over some Instagram marketing case studies that are very, very interesting, right? So, first of all, grow in website visitors and followers. Okay, and like I've said this in one of the other courses. We cannot, post like specific names and a specific brand name. So this is why, I just named this case study. But it's actually a real case study. If you search it on the internet, you will find it. That's all I'm going to say, right? So, this story is about an artist who paints modern, cool looking portraits. The artist wanted more people to see their art and visit their website. This is what the main goals were: get more people to know about them, which was basically to increase the brand awareness. Next one was to get more people to visit their website to check out their art and maybe buy it. Now, what did they do? They did that they looked at what worked before, right? The artist checked all their Instagram posts to find the ones people love the most. For example, one post got a ton of likes and comments because the art was colorful and unique. Then he made new ads from old posts, right? They turned those popular posts into ads because they knew it was working before, right? The ads showed beautiful pictures of their art to catch people's attention. Then they picked the right audience. The artists wanted to show their ads to people who love art, especially those who like modern portraits. They focused on people living in US and Canada who already follow art-related accounts. Again, this showcases that what I'm just teaching you here works, right? Like you've got to nail down the basics. That's like there's no way on earth around this. Okay, like no other way, right? It's just how it is. Then they started small, and after that they grew. At first they spent, you know, sorry. At first they spent $20 a day on the ads to see if people like them. When the ads started doing well, they increased the budget to 100, and later over 200 a day. And then the artists kept checking how well ads were working. When they saw good results, they obviously kept doubling down because it worked. Now, what happened? Website visits skyrocketed. Visits to the artist's website went up by 688%. That's a lot more people seeing their art. The artist also got 3,000 new followers on Instagram, which means even more people can see their future posts. And then he also got extra attention. A big art magazine shared one of their posts, and that post got shared over 400 times. So, talk about some engagement, right? Now, what can we learn from this? Like, make sure that you only use your best content, right? If a post does really well, use it as an ad. people already like it, so it's likely to work even better. Start small. You don't have to spend a lot of money right away. Test your ads first, then spend more if they're working. Target the right people. Show your ads to people who are most likely to love what you're selling. And also make sure you watch for big opportunities. Sometimes unexpected things like magazine sharing your post can give you a huge boost. Now, second case study, selling clothes with Instagram stories ads. So this story is about a small online clothing store. They were using Instagram stories to run ads, but those ads weren't getting many sales. Their main goals were to get more people to buy clothes from their website, make money from their ads, and that's pretty much it, right? So what did they do? They asked for help from experts. The store worked with a company that knows how to make great Instagram ads. These experts helped them figure out what wasn't working and what could be better. They used fancy ad templates. The experts gave them some ready-made templates to make their ads look super professional. These templates made sure the ads were eye-catching and matched the store's eye. Then they chose great pictures. The store used high-quality photos of their clothes. For example, they showed a beautiful dress in a bright, happy setting that looked perfect for Instagram. Then they made ads faster because they had pre-designed templates. It was quicker to put ads together. This meant they could test new ads more frequently. Then they focused on Instagram stories. They stuck to stories ads because they show up full screen, which grabs people's attention better when it comes down to visual content. Now, what happened? Huge jump in sales. The new ads made a 417% increase in sales. That means way more people bought clothes from their website. They even made more money. For every dollar they spent on ads, they made $9 back. That's an awesome return on investment, right? Now, what can we learn from them? Shut down your ego and get advice when you need it, right? If your ads aren't working, ask experts for help and also stick with basics. They can give you tools and ideas to make your ads better. Oftentimes, you're just one step away from success. Use templates to save time, which, by the way, this is why Canva is absolutely unbelievable marketing tool, right? Pre-made templates not only save time, but also help you make your ads look professional and great. Show off your products well. Use bright, clear photos or videos that make your product look great and stand out. And last but not least, stick to what works. All right, guys. So in this lesson, we have covered how to actually use Instagram latest trends and updates to your favor, how to use them, as your marketing weapon. Because let's be real out here, if you don't adapt over time, you're just going to get left behind. And the same way goes with Instagram and any other marketing platform, essentially. So this is why I created this lesson. I hope it made sense, guys. And with that being said, let me show you a bonus lesson that I'll show you obviously in the next lesson, and I feel it's going to be pretty cool. So let's get right into it. I cannot wait to talk to you guys soon. In this lesson, we are going to cover one of the coolest things AI can do, and this is content creation. First of all, I'm going to show you how to write blog posts using AI. Then I will show you how to write good social media captions and descriptions. Then I'm going to show you how to actually create content itself, such as images, animations, highlights for Instagram and stuff like this. And then at the end of this lesson, I will also show you how to use AI to boost your video editing and to make it way more efficient. Now, at the end of this lesson, I will also show you my top 10 list of the best AI tools I recommend to you. So with that said, let's get right into it. All right, so the tool we're going to be using is called ChatGPT. I probably guess all of you have heard of it before. For you that did not, it's just simply one of the most known AI tool by far. Now, what do? We want to make sure that we have, the paid plan, the plan that costs $20 per month, because that is important simply because it gives you better outputs and also it does not have any limits, right? So I feel like this is great investment given the fact that this is going to save you so much of your time. So how to write blog posts. So first thing that you want to do is you want to make the AI do the research for you, right? We want to know what we are going to be writing about. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to tell AI what I'm about to do, right? So let's just have a look. So um in the next 10 minutes I will want you to write a blog post for me. I will be giving you series of tasks. Do you understand? Sweet. So first thing we have to do is research. So first, and you have to pick a topic, right? So like the topic is like you have to pick it yourself, right? So let's just say, mm, uh, 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 let's just say we want to create a blog post about the importance of AI in marketing in 2025. Okay. So first, um, I want you, and next up, we also want to like know who are we addressing this post to. So what I mean by this, we have to know which kind of audience are we talking to, right? So let's just pretend that we are talking to 30 to 40-year-olds, engineers, right? So first, I want you to make a research for me about the topic. After you do this, I want you to save this information and use it for the writing that I will give you tasks for later on. The topic is 5 reasons why AI is an absolute must if you want to make 6 figures or more with marketing online in 2025. My target audience are IT engineers 30 to 40 years old. Therefore, and this is very important, you've got to write it in a way that just you know makes that that's like appealing to that target audience, right? And you have to say this to ChatGPT, right? Therefore, you have to make sure that you give them information they will be impressed about and something that is actually valuable to them. Please do your research and save it for future use. And we're just gonna click, right? Very, very simple. Now it's gonna do all the research for you, right? Okay. Now this is very short, right? So what do we want to do? Okay. I want you to do way more detailed research. This will not impress anybody. 3,000 words minimum. please double check so that you don't waste time. Okay. Yeah, this is better, right? This is way, way better. Okay, this is sweet, right? Okay. Now, what do we want to do next? Based on this information, please give me an outline for this blog post. Then you have to tell it the main goal of your blog post, which could be the main target of this blog post is to simply give value to our audience. No selling, no lead generation. All right. So let's see what happens. Sweet. So you see, like this is absolutely amazing. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to tell it which kind of blog post we want it to write, right? So, um, say perfect. Now, based on this outline, write the blog post. Now, very important things that are key in there are those things, right? So first of all, write at converse, write in conversational tone, third grade level. That will resonate. This is very important with our target audience, right? Like a human. Do not sound like a gimmick or AI. Also, make sure the post flows perfectly from one sentence to the other. This is very important, right? Now, uh, um, let me just quickly see. Yeah, we also wanted to. If you don't care about the length, then you don't need to write. But like blog posts should be anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 words, right? Um, the length must be at least 1,200 words minimum. Double check if you followed all the comments. Make sure the blog post is very easy to read and navigate through, right? So, like, what we're doing here, we're giving it basic kind of direction on what to do and what not to do, simply because if you do that, it will produce amazing results. And like the third grade level being conversational, that applies to majority of content online, right? Then you all obviously tell it that it has to resonate with the target audience so that it doesn't sound like AI. That's also important. Then you select the length, and then um, what I like to do, I just like tell it double check if you followed all the comments because AI can sometimes just like be not smart and just like ignore, stuff. So yeah, sweet. All right, this is pretty solid, right? This is absolutely amazing. Like, do you see? This is great. Content is a king, but creating content is a time drain. Like, the flow is perfect, right? So, and like we've spent, I'm recording this video for 11 minutes right now. So I've literally, and I've spent some time on intro, right? So it's like 9 minutes, 9 minutes to write an amazing blog. So you see like how amazing that is. Absolutely incredible. Now, let's just go to the second thing, which is going to be how to create content with AI. Now, I'm not going to show you like how to like let ChatGPT create pictures because I feel like that's just limited. But I'm personally using one tool that is called Canva, and like it's enhanced with AI, and it's absolutely amazing. And I'm just going to show you some walkthrough and how to use it because it's like unreal how easy that is, right? So let's do it. Okay, so right here we are inside the Canva, which is the tool I'm using for content creation. Now I'm going to show you some like small stuff and how to like navigate through it, which is very simple. But after that, I'm going to show you a feature that they launched recently, which is called Magic Design, and it's absolutely unreal. So with that said, let's just go over Canva, right? So we've got home, which we basically like can create design, right? Here you can upgrade your plan. Like I'm not using Canva right now, but I used to do that a lot. And so you can literally just, upgrade your plan right here. Then if you click here, you got all your past, projects. Then, templates is what it says. Basically, Canva is like a library of editable templates, right? Now, a lot of templates are in the professional, plan, but a lot of them are also not. So like you can do some stuff for free, right? Now, if you see, like, it gives you whiteboards, it gives you Instagram posts, Facebook ads posts, like even like websites, right? Like website designs, like Facebook covers, videos, and mind you, you can literally, I mean, literally edit everything, right? So let's just have a look, right? This is like Instagram stories, right? Instagram posts, flyers, posters, docs, resumes, logos, documents, like, and all you have to do, right? Let me just click on something, right? And you just click on it and you just click on customize template, and that's pretty much that. And like you can actually like edit the text, you know, edit the video, edit the speed, literally like edit the video speed, the playback, do you want to play it on repeat, the audio, you can enhance the volume. If you want to, you can also enhance voice, which is, obviously in the paid plan. And right here, what you can do, right? Because you see like there's multiple videos, right? You can literally just like edit it inside the Canva. Like you don't even need like a video editor, right? It's like you can literally just, if I don't like this, I can just, delete it. If I want to make this video shorter a little bit, I can just, shorten it like this. Yeah, it's absolutely unreal, right? It's like I can do whatever. I can even add like a new video to it, right? Absolutely amazing. And we can literally just do it with everything, right? And just quickly go at the beginning, which is right here. When we go home, right? What we can do is we can literally go and just click create design. And then, Canva asks us what we want to create, and there's literally like when it comes down to social media and like internet in general, there are literally, and I mean literally templates for everything. So let's just say YouTube thumbnail, right? And do you see like it gives you all the, resolutions, um, fitness, Instagram posts, right? So it doesn't have that. That doesn't matter. So we're gonna just go with, Instagram post. Boom. And here we go, right? Now, when we go to the left, we are simply going to, it gives us templates in the resolution of Instagram, right? So, which is absolutely like unreal, right? So it's just, um, Yeah, let's just say fitness challenge, right? Um, yeah, and let's just see. Yeah, and right here we can literally like, you can literally just, like paste it in. And then once you're here, you can literally just like do whatever you want with it, right? Like just by clicking it, deleting it, or if you want to add something, you just simply, let me quickly show you elements, upload, and right here you will just, upload files, and then you will move it in here, and you will, like enhance the size. You can change the font. Like you can literally do everything. Like this is as easy as it can get, right? You can delete the pictures, like you can do all of this, right? Very simple. So this is how you do it. Like literally just play with Canva. Like it requires like zero knowledge about design. Like me personally, I can do like no designs and I still found it very easy. So do that. It is worth it. Now, the AI, because I feel like Canva just uses AI all the time, right? Like you just don't see it, right? Because like all these, automatic like designs, templates is just, on the next level. Now, the full out AI, feature of Canva is something called Magic Design, right? And what is Magic Design? It's very simple. You basically give it your description of the design, and then based on your words, it simply designs whatever you want. So let's just do something creative. Um, let's just say like Spider-Man, right? Spider-Man flying in the town, escaping, villains. For example, right? Let's just see what it gives us. And I'm saying that okay, okay, okay. So this gives us because obviously, it doesn't have licensed pictures. So let's just say let's do something more generic. Let's just do emotional, emotional and motivational inst Instagram fitness post. So let's see what happens. Obviously, this technology is new, but I still feel like it's absolutely unbelievable, right? Look, emotional and motivational Instagram fitness post. Like this is pretty cool picture, right? This is dope. Like I know like you have to give it some personality, right? But like just think of like how much you can get out of this if you were to just spend, few minutes on this, right? Like it gives you beautiful post, right? Um, let's just say football, um, football match, cool football match invitation, right? Just let's just see. Maybe we could have said flyer. Yeah, this is nice. What can we say? Let's just say Facebook, Facebook ads, um, fitness, Facebook ad, creative, aimed to capture leads with lead magnet that is 10-day app workout challenge. Let's see if it can like take such long. Okay, sweet. So it gives us, yeah. You have to be like you have to be a little bit more specific. So let's just say Facebook ads creative for fitness and also not so complicated, right? So Facebook ad creative for fitness program. Yeah. Like, do you see like this is cool? This is cool. Like the AI, it just like gives you like these templates, right? And like we've literally just spent zero time on it. And like this technology is just gonna get better and better. So I just wanted to show this to you and like you have to like use it by yourself, but like I feel like this is absolutely unreal tool, right? So yeah, I just wanted to show you this. And what we are gonna do, I'm gonna show you something called Weed.io, which is an online video creation and AI powered tool. So let's go over that. All right, so again, we are on the We.io homepage. Now, I just wanted to clearly mention that this is no advertisement. I'm just, using it myself. As you can clearly see, here's my professional profile. And I just wanted to show you this because Weed, in my opinion, alongside CapCut, are like the best tools when it comes down to video editing because they save you so much of your time, right? So let me just show you what are the features and benefits. So they give you auto subtitles. Like this is big, right? Imagine you're creating, an educational content or you want to like captions for your social media content. This gives you this in like matter of seconds, right? Text to speech, very, very simple, right? It's just, you know, Next thing, this is a big one, right? I'm personally using this, for example, when imagine I'm recording a course and like dog, for example, barks in the background. Like if I were to, manually remove all these sounds and like all these things, I would, spend on it tons of time. But like because this gives you background removal, then the background noise removal, then you can easily just click a button and it's gone, and like the accuracy is like 99%, so it's unreal, right? Next thing, which is big, you can remove background from video. Unreal stuff. Next thing that the AI can do, it can generate your script for your videos. Again, unreal. Next thing it can do, it can transcribe video, which is basically extracting script, from your videos to a written form. Next thing it can do, it can generate images. It can also translate videos, which I've never tried, but this is great. Generate music. I feel like this still has got a long way to go, but yeah, background image removal. Next thing, this is very, very important. It can correct your, eye position when it comes down to camera. Now, I personally don't use it. I still believe in this kind of natural tone where I, like look at different places. I'm not just like a robot, like staring at you all the time. I feel like that's not natural, so I don't use that, but like definitely cool. So with that said, let's go over Weed and I'm just gonna show you like how to use it. So when you purchase your plan, which is like 20 euros or something like this, which is like 25 bucks or 22 bucks, you get in here, right? Now what you can do are a couple of things, right? First of all, you can create a new project, right? That's super simple. Then you can record video, create avatar of yourself, which is crazy. You can also, create clips from longer video, which is amazing. Like, especially if you're, using like if you're using social media, right? Then just saves you so much of time. And then obviously text to video, and then it can translate your video, but I've never used it. Now, with the edits, let's go over them. So when we go over here, Again, it gives us these features. So we're gonna, try two things: generate subtitles and remove background. Okay. So let's just go to the subtitles. So first thing we do, we simply click and we upload our video. Now, after this is one of the videos I did for one of our other courses, so I just wanted to like mention that, and we will use this as an example, right? And I'll wait and I'll be back until the video uploads, right? So we finally uploaded. Now you simply click auto subtitle in English or whatever language you have. Like if you look, just like there's literally like every single language like possible. Or like not every single language, but like a lot of languages, right? So just click auto subtitle in English. It generates super fast. This is like 2.5 minute video, and look how fast this goes. So again, I'll be right back. All right. So subtitles generated 1 minute later, and just look. You see, like this is absolutely unreal, right? It just gave us like subtitles, in like minutes, right? It's absolutely unreal. Now, let me quickly just show you like how to, edit them because that's, super, super simple. Just click on subtitles, right? And then what you're gonna do is you click on the style and you just pick it. Like, you can just, yeah, we can literally, it's absolutely unreal, right? Like, yeah, it's absolutely unreal. So I'm just wanted to show you this. Next thing we will do is the background removal. All right, so we'll click on remove background. Again, we will upload a file and let's just wait a moment. All right, now once the file is uploaded, what you simply do is that you click on Magic Tools and you click on remove background. And let's just wait, right? Right, so the background has been removed. The only thing that no, it's actually removed. Like the only thing that stay there is my chair, which is like literally, everything. And do you see like this is absolutely like unreal. Like this is amazing, right? Like I can literally create another background and the video looks kind of clean. Like obviously there's a few errors, but other than that, like guys, look, and like I'm saying, like if you see any subtitles in this course, which you will obviously see, these are generated by the we.io, and I'm here to tell you it's gonna take me like 1 minute for each video of this course. So I just wanted to show you this like overall, like you can literally, get advantage of all these remaining tools, and all these are like literally like the simplest things on planet Earth. Like, I'm not good in editing videos, and like, look, like this is just like this saves you like crazy amounts of time, you know. Also, let's just try the eye contact thing, right? Let's just see. Let's just see the eye contact. This would be, interesting too. Um, so yeah. You can also, if you see right here, right? Removing silences. This is absolutely unreal feature. Which basically lets you like cut out all the dead and awkward pauses. So like again, like I'm saying, this is an unreal thing, right? It's just so unreal. Like it lets you, just cut out, all these, weird like um and stuff like that, right? It can also let you clean auto subtitle, like yeah, it's just great. And also the magic cut, which removes arms, ass, and bad takes, right? So it's unreal again. It all is, visible to you, or it's accessible when you just access these magic tools. And all you have to do is to upload your video. So Let's just wait before it fixes the eye contact and let's see what happens. All right, so we're done, and I'm just looking at the camera. This is absolutely crazy. The eye contact is being kept. It works. So yeah, this is great. Again, accessible through the Magic tools, right? Right. Now, with that being said, let me just quickly show you some of the best tools you can use AI for. So, first of all, ChatGPT is, for writing. Grammarly is here to fix grammar and just improve your writing. Like when you make some mistakes, it automatically fixes your grammar. Now, if you have ChatGPT already, I feel like you can just simply tell it like, hey, please look at this, fix grammar mistakes, do not fix the tone because you don't want to corrupt like the writing style. And then I feel like ChatGPT is just gonna do amazing job, like absolutely unreal. Jasper is another AI writing tool. I would say it's better than ChatGPT because it's literally just like for writing and it lets you write in different styles and tones, which is again unreal. Surfer SEO, which makes your writing show up on Google, so it's SEO optimized. Next up, Writonic. This lets you create short and long content quickly. Then the next thing, obviously, Canva, Runway ML, which, like lets you make art and edit videos. DALL-E, which, lets you create custom images from text, which is unreal. By the way, Nike used DALL-E for one of their ads, if I'm not mistaken. I'm quickly going to show you because this is very interesting. All right, so I just found it. I'll just play this to you. It's actually absolutely unreal. Like this is the commercial that Nike, used. I don't know if you guys know, but also Travis Scott used AI for one of his commercials, one of his like shoes. And yeah, this is generated with AI, which I feel like is unreal. And this, by the way, is like 1 year old or more than 1 year old. So this just shows you the power of the AI, right? It's just unreal. Next thing I would recommend you when we come back to the AI tools is Pictory AI, which turns text into videos. Crazy. Lumen 5, this converts blocks into professional videos. That's very, very specific category, by the way. Next up, Descript, which edits videos by editing text. This is absolutely unreal. You basically what you do, right? I've used Descript for one of my clients I work with, and basically what you do is that you upload a video. Let's just imagine I uploaded video into Weed.io, and instead of me editing it by like the clips, the Descript automatically generates videos, right? And then sorry, it automatically generates like the transcript of the video so that you see the text. And whenever you click on particular word, it takes you, to that sequence of the video. And when you remove that one word, the Descript automatically removes that part of the video. Like it's absolutely unreal. Highly recommend it. Then next, Adobe Premiere Pro. Obviously, it like gives you multiple, functions. Camtasia, easy screen recording and editing. Capwing, this adds captions and edits videos, but honestly, for video editing, I would either recommend you Weed.io or Loom, which is a tool I record this course on, right? And then I edit it within We.io. So with that said, I hope you guys learned something new, but like if you think about it, I've shown you all these different tools. Whenever you go to any of these other tools, I didn't like show you on the screen, but I recommend it too. It will be so easy for you to use as these others I've actually shown you. So like, don't be worried about that. This is absolutely unreal if you were to ask me, and just try it because all these tools cost anywhere from 15 to 30 bucks per month and they save you so much of your time. So, yeah, this is it, guys. All right, guys. So, in the previous lesson, we have covered how to actually create content with AI. And right now, we will cover how to actually enhance your social media marketing using AI. So, with that said, let's get right into it. And before I do, we will do four things. Okay. First of all, I'm going to show you two tools you can actually use for free, to start with for social media management. Now, from these tools, you can manage all your social media from one dashboard, right? So whether you have Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Pinterest, whatever else, you can then manage ads, manage content posting, manage, content calendar, content scheduling, all from one place. And I feel like this is going to save you so much of time because if you have multiple social media platforms and then doing everything, from them rather than to do it from one, nice dashboard, it is way easier. So with that said, that's the first thing. Second thing we are going to do is that I'm going to show you how to actually analyze what the sentiment of your audience. In other words, what people are saying about your brand online and how to actually use your data and how to use these data to make your marketing better using ChatGPT. So that's going to be the second thing. And the third thing, I am going to show you how to actually use tool called Upfluence, which basically teaches you how to, find the right influencers for collaborations. It's absolutely unreal tool. And with that said, let's get right into that. All right, so let me just make myself smaller. So right now we are inside the tool Metrical, which is essentially social media management tool, which you can, manage and post and like schedule all your content from all your social media channels from. Now, with that being said, let me show you what it looks like, right? So first thing we have is this analytics, dashboard right here. And now if you go to the left, you can simply, connect all your platforms. The only thing that you have to do is to simply click on this plus button and then, you just connect your website, right? Very simple. The same thing goes with other things as well. Like if we click on Pinterest, we will simply click on connect Pinterest account, and then you simply type in your email and log in, and you're connected. I did it the same way with my Facebook and with my Instagram. Now, very simple, like there's not too much about it, right? Now let's just quickly, right, go over, my stats because that's the first feature of the metrical, right? Now right here you can see all my basic metrics. So you can see followers, who am I following, and how much of total content I have posted. Now this is within the last month, right? I have obviously not posted any content on my personal Instagram because I just don't post content on my personal Instagram. Then the next thing that you can see is the demographics of your audience, which is very useful when you want to, create content. You can also see the age range. It's absolutely unreal. I feel like it's even better than Instagram Insights because it's just better, right? Next thing that we have is followers by country. I'm obviously from Czech Republic, so you can see majority of them are from Czech Republic. Then you can also see like followers by city, which by the way is very, very important because people like it's important because like when you know where your audience is from, and I'm not talking about the personal Instagram, then you can easily discover, who like what to do, what kind of content to create, what to do, what not to do, and like basically tailor the content towards your target audience. Now, the next thing that we can clearly see. Okay, now the next thing we can see is the reach of our account. In other words, how many people saw our account in the last 30 days, right? Now you can clearly see 604, and if you see like this graph right here, you can clearly see, impressions on each day, right? Now, this is essentially how many people on average saw my profile, right? And this also, by the way, this gives you like an overview, right? Now, if you want to see like different, time spans, like, for example, like 3 months ago, you need to purchase the paid version, right? Now, next thing, um, it also gives you the summary for your organic content, right? So like there's literally no engagement. Engagement means how many people liked, commented, or shared my post because like I've said, didn't post. Interactions, that's how many people commented my on my content. And then the average reach per post is just average of all these stats. Right now, right here, you can see organic, interactions, which is likes, comments, saves, and how many posts I've made. Obviously, there's none, but like again, it shows you, everything. And yes, now very, very cool thing about Metrical is that it lets you add lists of competitors, right? In other words, you can compare your data to the data of your competitors. Now, y- if you only used Instagram, you don't have access to this feature because you cannot open somebody else's Instagram and see their reach, right? But Metricool lets you see that, right? They let you see, how many followers they have, how many posts, how many reels, how many likes, how many comments. And then based on this, the AI lets you compare it with your account. And in that way, you can see which are the bottlenecks or which are the problems that influence your business in a negative way. So that's absolutely insane. Now, the next feature of Metricool is that you can literally, and I mean literally, just now right here you can see all the messages on Facebook and Instagram or any other social media platform, and you can then respond them within this platform. I obviously like not deleted, but like I just made all the messages invisible simply because I don't want to show you my personal messages. But like from this, you can clearly create new messages, which is absolutely unreal. So that's pretty much that. You can also search the conversation like this, right? Now, the next thing is the planning tab, right? And this is absolutely unreal because it literally lets you plan content based on time and based on day, right? So let's just say I want to create, it also shows me like what time is it right now. So let's just say I want to schedule a post for tomorrow for 4 p.m., right? And then I can literally just, sorry, I can literally like click on plus, right? Then we have Facebook selected as the main one, right? And then right here, I can, select if I want to, do a post, reel, or a story. And right here, I can simply add all the media, all the copy, and it lets you see like whatever it is, right? Like what is in the post. So this is absolutely unreal. And then you simply click on the date, which you already clicked, but if you want to change it, you can change it for Wednesday, for example, and then you just hit schedule, and this will host automatically. Now you can do this for all your social media. This is why it's so powerful, right? This is why I'm telling you, like, use it because it saves you so much of your time. Now, the next thing you can do is something called smart links. Now, what is this? You can simply create clickable buttons or, links with customized colors, customized text, and everything with this. But if you see like all these influencers who got like interesting, links and like they don't have these crazy long links, this is because they use this. But it's only available with the paid plan. And now, last but not least, is the ads, option. Now, you do this simply by connecting your Meta Ads account, Google Ads account, or TikTok Ads account. And from here, you simply, manage all your ads like you would normally have, in your Meta Ads Business Suite, for example. So this is pretty much that. Also, it gives you, recommendations for keywords and recommendations from AI, which is absolutely unreal. So this has been pretty much that. Now, let me show you one more tool that I feel like is also very interesting when it comes down to planning on social media. So let's do it. And this tool is called Sprout Social. And let me tell you this. This tool is literally like very similar to the metrical, right? It lets you, access inbox, it lets you publish. It also lets you, access your reports on every single page that you do. Now, in my opinion, Metricool is better. However, I highly recommend you checking out both because I feel like these both of them are great. But like I've said, Metricool is way easier, way simpler, and way more intuitive than Sprout Social. But like I've said, all these tools, both of these tools have free plan, right? So that's pretty much that. And yeah. Now, with that said, let's move to another thing, which is actually finding what your audience thinks about your brand. And then based on that, segmenting your audience based on these behaviors and opinions so that you can target your messaging, right? Because let's just imagine, right? Let's just imagine you find that, you know, let's just imagine this. Why it's even important. Let me tell you this first. So the reason why it's so important is because your audience, and now listen to me, your audience could, have trust issues, right? And you might be thinking that they already trust you. Now, when they don't trust you, there's no place and like no reason to sell to them. However, if you don't know that, then like why would you even like you just don't know that, right? Like so because you don't know that, you're going to create wrong content. And if you create wrong content, you waste your time, energy, plus you don't make any profit. So it's like lose-lose scenario at all costs and like on all fronts and like whatever, right? So because of that, you have to do something called audience segmentation, which is basically dividing your audience into segments based on their behaviors and opinions. And then based on that, because like when 80% of your audience like don't trust you and they don't have trust within whatever you do, you have to create your content in a way that builds trust, right? There's no place and like no way on earth to like sell, right? So it's very simple. So for that reason, I'm going to show you how to actually segment your audience using AI and using your brain. So let's do that. Now, the first thing you got to do before we can even use AI is to actually gather all the feedback and then, put it in one place. So this is more like for already established brands because like if you're a new brand, you don't know what people think about you. And the only way you're going to discover that is by actually putting stuff out, right? But we're not going to be covering that right now. However, if you are already established brand, simply go over likes, comments, shares, and like write down all these things that you gathered that you can, by the way, that you can gather in Metricool, for example, and then copy and paste them all into one Google document. The more you have, the better. And if I'm being completely honest with you, like you should copy and paste as much information as possible. So like what you can literally do, right? Let me just make myself smaller again. Okay, now when we are inside a metrical, we can basically get all the data when it comes down to our social media. And how we do that is extremely simple. However, I warn you, you have to have a paid plan. So what we're gonna do is we are right here in the home page, and then we just have to scroll down and go to reports And we basically, what we do, we will select the period, which, if I were you, like if you're established brand, I would include some like longer term reports. So for example, 6 or 3 months, because that's the data you, sorry, you can build upon, right? And then what you can do, you can literally like select which kind of, social media do you want to have inside, the insights. And then you can also select by how many, by what you actually want to sort it by, right? If you want to sort it by impressions, page views, likes, whatever. And then you can also customize it with report, which is absolutely insane. And then you can simply select when do you want to receive it, and that is pretty much that, right? Basically, click generate PDF or generate PPT, and then you can also automate it, like you can see right here. So this is how you get the data. That's the first thing you want to, know your impressions, likes, whatever. Then what you also want to know, and that's more like a manual job for you, is to, gather all the comments and all the opinions, like, just go to, if you have Trustpilot, if you have like, Google Places, and like, these reviews, like all the possible reviews, all the people possibly talking about you, just get it to one place, okay? Get it to one place. And then what you want to do, copy all of these data, everything into one Google Doc. And then we are going to go next. We are going to use ChatGPT. Okay, so here's how we're going to separate our audience with the audience sentiment analysis, right? So first of all, we will analyze these customer reviews, right? So here's how we're gonna do that. This is the prompt, right? Analyze these customer reviews and categorize them as positive, neutral, or negative. Then you paste it in, and then summarize the main themes in this feedback and their sentiment. So this is the first prompt, right? So let's do it. All right, so right now we are inside the ChatGPT, and I just copy and pasted it with all the, I just randomly generated comments right now. And let's do it. So here we will see what it does. So it analyzes, this will take like a minute or two. All right, so right now ChatGPT just simply, analyze the sentiment, as you can clearly see. And then we are going to turn everything into the analysis with the second prompt. Second prompt is this, right? These are basically like these 3 sentences. So summarizing customer opinions based on this feedback. What are the top 3 things customers love, hate about my brand? And then how can I prove based on this negative feedback, right? So we're just gonna copy and paste it, and let's do it. So it is copy and pasted. Let's put it inside the chat GPT. And here we go, right? Right now, you just simply have, the analysis of what customers love and hate about your brand. And this, potentially saved you a ton of time, because ChatGPT analyzed it within like 2 minutes, right? So, and here you can have very, very valuable feedback, and it's pretty easy, right? Just use these 2 prompts, right? You see, very, very simple. I obviously like wanted to like include a little bit more negative reviews to like challenge ChatGPT, and it's given some nice feedback. Yeah, this is great. So, and like I've said, you can play with this, and it's just great. So, with that said, let's go for the final thing, which is going to be how to actually how to find the right influencers for your brand. And the tool we're going to be using is called Upfluence, and it's super simple. You don't even need to register, if I'm not mistaken, to use their free tools. So let's have a look at it. So as you can clearly see, I am not even logged in, right? Then obviously the pricing is unknown, because they will basically give you like a custom pricing based on your needs. But when you're just starting out, they're giving you absolutely awesome free tools. Now, let me just show you why this is so important, right? Because look, for example, for Instagram, fake follower checker. If you type in the account, right, the account name, you can check whether they have fake followers. Because if you start working with someone who's got like 100,000 followers, but you don't know whether they're fake or not, they can like take all lot of your money and you will not get anything back because there is going to be no engagement. This is why it's so, so great. So let's just say Jake Paul, right? Um oh my God. Let's just do this and let's just click. So what you can see right here, Jake Paul has got 12% of fake followers, which honestly is like great, right? It's like great. Now, if you want to see more, if you want to see his audience age, countries they're from, cities, price, stuff like that, you have to, get the paid one. Now look at another tools, right? Instagram audit tool. So let's just, write my name right here. Just make sure I'm not a robot. And boom. Okay. So I'm not found. Let's just reload this and let's find somebody else, right? Let's just find Jake Paul, for example. And here you can clearly see the engagement rate, followers, faked audience, average comments, and average likes. Now, based on all these tools, right? Engagement tool, which, literally like shows you how many people, how many percent of, this audience actually engages with the influencer you want to work with, then, this tool finds it and it's absolutely unreal. The same thing, find Instagram creators, right? Based on the city or the country, you can literally just find them, and then based on some specific metrics such as niche, years of experience and stuff like that, you can then find them way easier. Because I feel like looking for creators on Instagram, it's kind of messy, especially if you don't know the niche yet, right? Like if you're aware of the niche, then it's great, but like be becoming aware of the niche takes a lot of time, and this saves you the time, right? If you see, the follower count again, you can verify whether, they have the amount of followers they already tell. And then you can also use this to compare Instagram influencers. And like if you look at all these tools, like you can use it for TikTok, YouTube, Pinterest, Twitter, Twitch, and even for Amazon FBA. So I feel like when you're first starting out, when you first want to work with influencers, I feel like this is great because it just gives you unbiased view on these influencers. And the best way to obviously be unbiased is through data, right? Is through actual numbers, because everybody can talk so much. But like if you actually see the numbers, then that's when the reality starts talking. So with that said, I hope you guys learn something new. I feel like these tools are absolutely awesome, especially like majority of them are free to begin with. And then as you get more experience with them, you can then, use use them and get the paid plans. And the most important thing is that these tools, like all of them, are literally like the easiest to use. Like when people first hear AI, they just get scared because they feel like, oh, but I'm not an IT guy. But like the opposite is true. The AI is here to make your life as easy as humanly possible. And if you follow this tutorial, it's like as easy as it could possibly get. So I hope you guys learned something new, and let's go. All right, guys. So first of all, huge congratulations. for completing this entire Instagram marketing course. Now, as my gift of appreciation and as my, way to show you that I really care and that I really want you to succeed, I have prepared this bonus lesson. Now, in this video, I'm simply going to tell you what you're going to get in the bonus PDF, in the bonus lesson, in the, bonus brochure that I prepared for you so that you get the best results possible. So here are two things. First things first is that I've prepared, the biggest key takeaways from this entire course. I have covered all the points and I, turned them into bullet points so that whenever, you're not sure whether, some information is important or not, you can go to this brochure and check it out and just be like, okay, is this included in here? Because if it is, it's obviously important and you should, consider learning that skill or that particular thing. Second thing I made for you, because I know how, complicated it is and overwhelming to, run your first Instagram marketing campaign, how, hard it is because like there's so many things at the same time, right? You've got setting up your profile, running meta ads, creating content, creating highlights, captions, then, complying with rules of Facebook, like millions of things at the same time, right? And because of that, I have prepared a super easy and super simple step-by-step process for you before you start your Instagram marketing. And it's, take it as a checklist, right? That you have to complete before you move on to the next step, right? I've made it so that everything is as simple as humanly possible for you because, like I've said, things can feel overwhelming, especially at the beginning, right? So this is why I created, your Instagram marketing strategy from the scratch, from the start, right to the end. And this Instagram marketing strategy is going to be included in the same brochure that I, put all the key takeaways in, and it's going to be right under the takeaways. And this brochure is going to be included under this video. So I hope you guys, find this valuable. And yes, let's get right into it. All right, guys. So first of all, I just wanted to thank you so much for choosing our course and deciding to go through it. It's a big milestone in your Instagram journey, and I can't wait for you to get started on this and actually start applying everything. We have literally just covered everything, right? I've explained to you, the basics of Instagram, the basics of posting, what are stories, what are reels, what are posts, how to create your Instagram profile, what is the secret of high performing bio, what is the secret of high performing posts, how to create reels, how to advertise on Instagram, how to, leverage trends, and how to be ethical on top of all of it. Now, the main, goal of this course was to give you an overall understanding for beginning on your Instagram journey, right? The entire goal of this was to equip you with a basic knowledge you can then use, and then you can build on to get more advanced levels and to get better in the future. Because if you don't have these fundamentals, if you don't have these basics, I'm telling you, you can do whatever you want. But if you're just lacking, basic understanding, it's like, building a house on a very weak foundation. It's just, it's just going to crumble and the house is just going to fall, right? And it's just, not going to end well. And this is what we don't want. And this is why we created this course. Also, if you're, looking for some additional fun challenge, we have created a quiz, that you can take at the end of this course to see whether, you paid attention and whether you remembered everything correctly and whether you understand everything correctly when it comes down to Instagram and Instagram marketing. So, with that said, it was a great pleasure to teach you, and I hope you guys learned something new, and I wish you all the best in your Instagram journey. See you guys.